Stifler Rahoy just subscribed for 37 months. Lucy Snowdrop just redeemed taxes. OG_Biggie_T just redeemed taxes. Dwarf Warrior 25 just redeemed taxes.
Right, I've just noticed the issue in our plans that I didn't preemptively get a backup screen, so while we do the recap, we can get that sorted. I believe it's over to Mr. Dwarf this week? Question mark.
We're going with it anyway. So, prepare for an adventure, boys and girls, children, and any pattern in between, because one of our members in here, so I'm going to drag this out.
Do not do a fucking half an hour fucking recap, Jesus Christ.
How far back do you want me to start?
Back in Selgard.
So,
I was just a wee baby lizard bathing in the sand. Two sisters looking over.
There were three gods.
Back in my day.
In the beginning, Avia, the best of the gods, Anyway, so it was a great adventure last week. We started off with how to put this? The biggest threat in the world currently just being released and flying around, being an undead dragon with a patron to the chained expanse. Yeah, that's not good. Definitely. And well, it wreaked destruction. It wreaked havoc. It destroyed Xarmanifax Tower. And in the wake, injured many people by trapping them under the rubble. As we all know, when buildings collapse, there's always casualties. It is but a shame. Anyway, we continue. Our intrepid heroes, Scaff, running towards the shit house where we've got to deliver this, statue, what we liberated. But we're sidetracked. Seeing the events unfold, he ran towards where the skeleton should be because he had a sinking feeling that's where Azura would be. In time, this would be true. Not before we go back to our companions in Jamias's party, who, well, it was amazing. So, Jamias, well, instead of being the sloth that he is, actually got up, started commanding.
Oh.
It's just my secondary. Carry on.
I was interrupted. My flow's gone. Jamias was, well, he barked orders in a tone and command we've never seen before. He commanded his forces to put a shield over House
Taldarin.
Taldarin.
Pursuer are the green ones.
That's a shit one. Put a barrier over Hal's. The blue dragonflight. Oh, what you done, Pidge?
It's all right. Carry on.
And well, it was very effective. Jin then obviously was trying to lay low after liberating the shiny artifact and after causing a catastrophic big boom in the wine cellar. All that wasted booze brings a tear to my eye. And then, well, this is where it gets interesting. Jamias was handed a pouch of, we still don't know what, we just know it was some red powder. He huffed, he snorted, and well, he turned into the equivalent of the Red Hulk, but he was blue because he's a blue dragonborn. So, like, he went 8 foot tall. Hulk Tart is no longer his short, squat, fat self, and well, went bounding out of the barrier that he just erected, shouting, "Where is he?" We're on, on about Octavian at this point. And then he went out just causing destruction in his path, not caring who gets in his way, squishing anything that, moves quite clearly. Jin, being the nimble monk that he is, went after Jamias, and well, he's a fast boy because he's a monk. He easily caught up and started overtaking him, like, on your left. It's like, and they both headed to where the skeleton should be area because, well, fucking dragon roar. Anyway, Scarf met Jin, caught his eye because Scarf was still trying to be stealthy, and like I say, Jin's a fast boy. Caught up very quickly and then got his attention and like, let's go see if our friend's there, because what the fuck has just happened? We got there, and, well, our friend indeed was there, and, well, he looked fucked. Like, that bit of skin you get on your finger, you pull it, and you think your whole skin's going to come off, and you're going to like, split in half.
No.
That's effectively what just nearly happened to him.
Yeah, all
exactly
the way around.
It's like somebody tried to peel him, and they would have nearly succeeded. He's yeah. ugh, 6 hit points down to some. I don't know what his hit is, but he's low.
Maximum hit points down to 6, not just put through damage.
Sorry, I stand corrected. But yeah, we got to our friend, and well, he was on the floor, not looking very good. And well, there was a puddle of, well, it was just a puddle of Octuvian bones, flesh, and oddly enough, some crystals. We'll come back to that later. It's important. We managed to get Azura back up to full health. And it's like, what the fuck did you do? And it's like, we kind of had like a little bit of we need to get to safety because this is not the best part. Oh, hang on, sorry. Scarf, when he was going, he spare the dying people as well to save them. That'll come back as well later.
Important detail, yeah. Don't forget. Heroics.
Heroics, exactly. So we had a little chat. Our group got together. Then Zafira caught up with us not too long afterwards. And at this point, the dragon was circling the entire city, as well as the archers. Well, the archers let loose on the dragon because, well, they tried to defend the city, and it's a big mistake. It's like not good. Oh,
Berg's trying to get in, I think.
Is on. And then, so yeah, they got fucked. They're dead. A load of wall guards just got evaporated. They got sent to the Shadow Realm, effectively. Rest in peace. And then Scaff had a bit of a internal dilemma of he needs to save people because he's a life cleric, and this is just not right. Zafira wanted to go see her sister's guild house because there was a lot of Dragonborn still there, like her honor guard, and well, shit they've never seen before. So Zafira went on all fours back to her primordial self, and well, she just bolted being there. She put Scaff to shame. Fucking hell, I couldn't keep up. Scaff then also took off because he wanted to check, see if he could do anything. We did the rounds. We went round all the different, gates. Nothing Scaff could do because, well, there was no one to be there. He went to Magda's house, or tried to give a bit of warning. We caught up with Zafira at the guild house. Everyone was okay there as well, which was amazing. We went to the East Gate. Again, Scaff and Zafira to see if they could do anything, save anyone, but alas, again, they all got sent to the Shadow Realm. And then we did what the next sensible thing was. We went to the church because you've got a life cleric and a paladin of Kerecekian. So we went off again to the churches this time, where we were greeted by a spell that Scaff's not seen. I'm not sure about Zafira, if she's seen it or not. I can't remember if we went through that.
I think she'd heard reference to it. She's probably not seen it being casted, but she's definitely heard about it.
Zafira had more knowledge than Scaff on this one. Zafira determined it was the Hallow spell, which is why the dragon was not doing a smaug over the city and laying waste to the ruins of old. We tried to get the cleric's attentions, but, well, they was chanting a spell, and it's like, yeah, best not interrupt them. But Zafira did manage to get the cleric of Kerecekian's attention. I forgot her name.
Marion.
That's the one, thank you. Attention, and Marion, kind of give that acknowledgement of like, yeah, can't speak because, well, spell. It's like, I understand. Scaff felt useless, so he offered a quick little prayer, which did effectively fuck all.
Hey, mate, 0.0001 religious power is still a little bit of help.
We then started heading back towards our intrepid group, where Zafira and Scaff came across the people Scaff saved earlier with the save the dying, spare the dying, and well, yes, we managed to heal them between the combined powers of Zafira and Scaff, which because they had the legs were fucked. It was under rubble, and it's like yeah, but we saved them. And then we headed back to where our group should be. Cut back, fade black, moved to the next part. Our other part of the group did not follow. Because, well, one of them was constantly getting knocked out, fell over, because we don't know what it was yet. We'll find out very shortly. They went into Xarmanifax Tower. There was a secret door, which we saw earlier in the campaign, but Scaff never really delved into it because it wasn't his place.
How things could have gone differently if Scaff had tickled that door.
It wasn't Scaff's place. So it's like, he's better than that. Oh, yeah.
Is he?
It's my story here. Shoot. You came late. So after Azura gave the horrifying news to the twins that the dad is is a puddle. You best not go out there because not very pretty. Condoled them and yeah. They went to the door. They tried to open it. They couldn't open the door. The door was magically locked. They got a guard who could unlock the door, thankfully. And then, they descended into the depths, in the deep, deep stairs. And, it was pitch black. And, as Jin could see, because, he's a dodgy monk, Azura could not see, because, he's a dragonborn. He didn't have the dagger. But Jin, being the cunning person and had the foresight, he bought a lantern of Everlight. Or something along.
Made it. Yeah.
Made it, bought
Way
it.
back when.
But Jin, he's very cunning and he thinks ahead. He's like, well done. They went down the stairs and they saw, what could only be described as a gem dragonborn chained up. Not too dissimilar to Azura, but similar in aspects. With, some things cut off his head. Told you we'd come back to that. It found out it could be Azura's dad. We're still not 100% sure yet. Insert the Shrek gif. Anyway, Jin and Azura tried to free this we didn't get his name, did we?
Well, we think he's to
Octuvian?
Azura. He has announced himself as Octuvian. Yeah.
Azura got his name as
doubt.
Octuvian, which is it? It's like there's a lot of Octuvians going around lately. They couldn't save him. The chains were as well. They were chaining, which is the job. Chains are supposed to keep people in.
Well done,
Scott. Shh, you. Stop interrupting me. This will take longer. Anyway.
So funny, though.
Questions was asked, and turns out, he's been there quite a while. By the sounds of it, he's been magically fed by mana in the chains that's kept him nourished and not decaying or whatever, when you don't get fed or... He's probably vitamin D deficient being down here for so long. You need the sun. Anyway, questions was asked about eggs being left, and he's like, I did leave an egg. Which then was like, oh, are you my daddy? We're still not 100% determined yet. We will find out. Probably today's episode. We don't know, because things need to be said first. And it turned out it was the chained Octuvian that was causing all these sharp well, whatever it was that was attacking our minds when he spoke. And, well, he was kindly asked, can you please not speak? Because our friend here keeps falling over because he's only got 6 hit points. Because he tried to get... He was nearly peeled.
He gloved.
Which Octavian sadly did apologise and is like, I will communicate through my telepathically powers and no more damage. Which was a great sight because even Scaff's like nearly 20 hit points down. It's like, ooh. Anyway, after finding out they could not free him, they went back upstairs to, well, see what they can do. So Jin and Azura started climbing back up the stairs, where they met Scaff and Zafira. Meeting, like, well, we kind of met halfway because Scaff's got dark vision, held his arm out like a gentleman for Zafira, and guided her downstairs. And calm down, Jin, calm down. It's the gentleman thing, all right? Scaff's still in his suit here, you know. It's like, you know, he's got to represent here. They met back up, and, well, there was some choice words had as well, because Scaff's not very happy with Azura at the moment, and neither is Zafira, unleashing a dragon. Well, Jin's probably not happy as well. He's not showing as much unhappiness just yet. And, well, we walked back up the tower steps, and that's where we ended the evening. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I'm going back a bit, rewind. Remember when I said earlier, you know, when we found Octavian's puddle and there were some gems, and it's like, yeah, they look like they came from the Octavian that was chained up. So it's like, you know, it's like they were sawed off, and it's like, Azura had them in a bag, like, oh, do you want these back? And there we go, we're done.
Thank you,
Recap
Dwarf.
done.
Thank you for the recap, Dwarf. Indeed, as our intrepid heroes climb the dark and gloomy, dampened staircase leading from the cavernous depths below Xarmanifax Tower back up to Xarmanifax proper. You reach the top of the stairs to hear a bit of a commotion of voices. Jin, did Scaff? Who went up first? I think Scaff stormed off, didn't he?
After saying some choice words to Azura, something along the lines of, but you was the last or something.
Right, okay. So we'll say Scaff getting to the top of the stairs first. You will have heard the voices. They sound heated, coming from down the corridor towards the front door.
Yeah, and I'll carry on upstairs. So you know, do I recognise the voices?
You won't recognise the voices. Do you walk out into the corridor?
Yeah, he's going upstairs, so yeah, I'll walk out into the corridor.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
Oh shit, where's my dice?
It's not a hard one, it's just to see how much detail you can pick out.
Where's me? 17.
Yeah. So you look towards the corridor and you see a couple of disgruntled copper dragonborn stood flanked next to a couple of city guard. And with your 17, you can see that there are more city guard than copper guard. The disgruntled voices and heated conversation alludes to the fact that both of the twin daughters are currently manacled and are being led out of the front door.
So who's So it's a couple of copper
couple of Dragonborn arguing with the city guard because the twins are manacled and being led out of the door.
Ew.
They're obviously not paying any attention to your presence.
Do I recognise the city guard? Anyone from the city guard?
No. Generico City Guardo number 1 and 2. Do you speak Dragonborn?
I do. Draconic, yeah.
Oh, Draconic. Yeah, okay. So you would understand that basically the heated conversation is, what is the meaning of this? The daughters are being taken into custody for investigation purposes linked to the spawning of a dragon and the mysterious blood-based disappearance of their father. So they're being taken in for questioning, basically. You don't have to say anything. They don't get read their rights.
It's not my place, but I'll make
Some
myself
nerds.
know.
They might give you brain power.
Do you want
I'll
country?
raise your M&M Crispies.
Hell yeah.
All the snackies.
Yeah, so they're led out of the door. The copper dragonborn follow them, and they disappear out of sight, out the front door. The rest of you guys get to the top of the stairs.
So no one's in the corridor with us at the moment, then?
No.
Where I am at the moment? No.
No, you're like at the door. They were down the corridor at the front door, and they've all just gone out, and you've just basically heard the twins get arrested or taken in for questioning.
Right, okay.
It wasn't a struggle. The twins were fine. They were just going with it. It wasn't a physical struggle. It was just mostly the heated conversation was the copper dragonborn disagreeing with the fact that the twins are being taken in, as you'd imagine. But they just seem to be going with it.
Yeah, it's not my place. They can deal with that. You know, that we've got other pressing matters to deal with at the moment.
Yeah.
But I'll just be in the just walking around in a circle, pacing.
Everyone else gets to the top of the stairs.
Do we still see the twins get let out, or?
I've given that to Scath because he went first because he specifically stormed off from Azura. But as you all get to the top of the stairs, I'll say, Jin, with your massive passive, you would have heard maybe some heated voices, and then there's no one there anymore. And Scath's in the corridor.
Everything good, Scaff? You know what? That face alone, let's just go and get sat down somewhere, and then we'll talk about everything. I am so done.
I think we should sit down somewhere and talk.
Well, there's an office upstairs that under your orders can be cleared entirely.
There's no guards here at the moment.
Oh. Guess we've got the tower to ourselves. Also heading upstairs towards Octavian's office.
And just drop in. The guards just left because the twins have been arrested.
Oh. Well.
I'm sorry, what? Why are they arrested?
Don't know. I came up, there was handcuffed, led away. I caught a glimpse of them on about the father, so they're probably being taken to be questioned. They can deal with that. That's their circus at this point.
It's not. They were nothing to do with it.
That we know of.
The city guard don't know that. We've got bigger fish to deal with at the moment. The only people that do know is point to Azura, yourself, and Octavian, and he's a puddle. So the only person is...
We'll talk upstairs.
Even then, they might be lying.
Easy enough. The quiet there's an almost eerie silence where you've been welcomed into Xarmanifax Tower, and it's always perhaps felt welcoming, even if not perhaps comfortable for everybody. There's never been an air of issue or angst, but there's a silence, and that silence continues as you perhaps listen out on your way upstairs, your footprints on the stairs as you make your way up. You listen. There's no more city horns. There's no more screeching from a threat in the skies. You perhaps imagine that because the city guard have come to find the girls, that people are venturing outside. You get up the first set of stairs, no sign. Up the second set of stairs, you're greeted by that familiar double set of doors, which are already opened, leading into Octavian's office. You know that it would be at least one more floor up that the devastation would have been caused. And as you perhaps have a quick look up the stairs, you feel a slight breeze. So there's obviously some airway getting through, perhaps open-aired ceiling now. But this floor is still intact, with the office, and the chaise lounge, and the balcony, and the drinks bar still stocked. But you have the space.
I walk over to the drinks bar. And I pour myself whatever looks the most expensive.
Yeah, there's various bottles. Couple lower down with a bit of dust on, probably being kept. Don't mind if I do.
No. Actually, I start pouring. I change my mind. I just take the bottle.
Yeah. Just pour yourself a glass, put the glass down and take the bottle.
yeah, exactly. In case someone else still wants some. And I go sit down on Octavian's chair.
Yeah, there's various chairs. Yeah.
I take a swig. Anyone else want some? Today's been a lot.
I'll take the bottle myself at this point.
Depends how
If you
strong
want
it
a
is.
bottle, grab your own.
If it's too strong, I might fall over.
Yeah, you look like you can't take a gust of wind at the moment.
Well,
On that note,
Explain.
what in the all circles of hell were you thinking?
part of me doesn't know if I was.
Yeah, that much is obvious.
Part of me also felt that I needed to know. And I didn't know how much time I had left here to do it.
So you went off on your own. Again. After we
Yeah.
told you not to do it before. Are you kidding me?
I wish I was. I just, with the party going on, I thought this was an opportunity to do it.
How many lives do you think your decision has already cost, Azura? 10, 20, 30?
From
How
the
many
guards and
more?
walls, probably at least 100 already.
Worse enough to resurrect a dragon. Now it's an undead dragon, and if I'm not mistaken, controlled by whoever was controlling you.
That is correct. And I know full well that what this action has cost us, I can hear them when it happened. So I'm willing to face whatever consequences I fought my way for that.
Do you know? Do you really? How many more terrible things have to happen to you, or the entire fucking world apparently, before you realize you shouldn't be doing shit on your own? Honestly.
We said we would figure this out as a group. We said we will help you get out of the whatever you was in. And then you've just slapped us all in the face.
You know I have a lot of patience, but I have reached the end of my line, Azura. I'm done. I don't know how we're supposed to trust you going forward. I will be honest. Because I certainly do not trust you at the moment, and I don't trust you to make decisions for yourself. Because ever since we left Saugard, every decision you've made has turned out terribly. It started with you breaking your arm because you decided to go snoop around in a ship. The bracers, I don't even want to start about. And now a dragon that has now left the city and is free to roam all of Kerecekian, all of the world if it wants to cross the ocean. Absolutely.
With only one job: collect souls.
And then I talk to you at the party. I get you out of an awkward conversation because I could tell that they were making you uncomfortable with their comments and their questions about you and why you look the way you do and what you have to do with apparently not Octavian. And instead of just enjoying the party like I told you to and just having a good time and relaxing, you decide to go off, go to the tower, and instead of just, I don't know, spending the night here relaxing if you can't handle the people at the party, which, fair enough, you decide that it's a good idea on a night like this, when there's a huge party going on and all your friends are occupied, to revive a dragon and almost get yourself killed again. So do you understand the scale of the things you have done? Do you? Because I'm starting to doubt that you can understand.
When I was in that ritual, and I heard his chanting in a language that I've heard once before recently, and I knew it was something demonic in the ritual. I knew then that I'd made a mistake, but I was unable to stop. And then hearing the dragon flying, the screeches, the screams from every direction as it laid waste to whoever was there.
Mm-hmm. Realizing in the moment is too late. It was too late then. It was too late the moment you made the decision to even go through with this. Why? I don't understand. You have a loving family back in Saugard. They adore you. They have always adored you. Why did you need to know? A dragon, Azura. Even if it could have possibly been a relative of yours, very, very distant ancestor, whatever. A dragon is still a dragon. And we don't know much about dragons. But you can't just release an unknown entity of this size upon the world and expect it to be fine. You should have had that much sensibility in your head. So no, I don't understand why you made that decision. And if you feel bad, good. You deserve to feel bad.
I don't think I could feel any worse. And I know it is deserved.
Good.
I won't lecture you about the impact on the wider continent, let alone the other continents, if it decides to leave. But our journey was always a dangerous one. But whatever area we left behind was always not going to be affected. This thing wanted to. There's not a single city on Kerecekian that can resist it. Great tree, and those that have enough sense, maybe. Even Salgard isn't safe right now. It's a dragon. It can travel the distance that we have to travel in weeks and a day.
And it is now an undead dragon. It now has no need to stop, no need to eat, no need to drink, no need to rest. This will...
Jin, you
morning,
hear
I'll send
footsteps
word.
coming up the stairs.
We have literally stopped people for less than this. You've got to give me one good reason why we do not take you to the city guard ourselves at this point. Because this is...
I cannot.
I'll look at the door. I'll have my hand on one of my darts.
Yeah, you look towards the doorway and see two members of the city guard
and just raided
climbing
with
the
2
stairs.
viewers.
They seem to just be looking. You know, they don't seem to be expecting to find anybody, but they're... Thanks for the raid, T. But they get to the top of the stairs and they both look over and see you in the room, and they approach the doorway, but they don't immediately just walk in.
I'll go of, like, being on guard. Guardsman?
We were to understand that the tower was perhaps still occupied, but we weren't entirely sure. You residents of the house? You see the kind of, as he asks that, they kind of hover. One of them hovers manacles, and one of them hovers a sword.
We were permitted guests of the tower. We had a room here.
Please identify yourselves if that is the case.
I'll stand up. Lord Chosen Jin, Lord of Doria Sai, honored guest of the unfortunately waylaid Octuvian.
Both kind of look at each other. Nod. And your companions?
I'll say squad leader Scarf of Locktorpian, brother to the captain of Locktorpian.
Zephyra of Clan Malise, and the sister of the guildmaster.
They look at each other again and nod. Look at Azura.
I'm Azura.
Understood. If I could just bring it to your attention that the daughters of the household have been taken to the guardhouse for questioning. So, if that proves inconvenient or levies an element of awkwardness on your inhabitants as guests, then we can apologise, but it's not our place nor our understanding to say when they might be back. So if you are expecting them, I'd recommend you not.
Are they
Thank
being
you, Guardsman.
questioned or charged with something?
Again, sir, it's not our place to say, but they have been taken in for questioning for now.
I'll look over at Azura, cross my arms over my chest, given an expectant look.
How are your losses, Guardsman?
There, you see the hands are no longer kind of hovering. One of them
I walk forward towards them as well.
Yeah. One of them starts kind of playing with his hands and cracking his knuckles a bit. The other one kind of swallows hard. Well...
Numbers, Guardsman. Numbers.
Of the projected and planned guards at both the south and the east gate, all 20 at both gates that were stationed, were eviscerated, so that's 40. And we believe there was more caught in whatever additional blast took the marketplace. We're all perturbed as to how there's no apparent physical damage to any structures or tents or buildings. It only seems to have affected the living. But we place...
I know it's not my place, but make sure to do a census soon.
That is a wise suggestion. The current number has been placed at 50. Whether that's more or less is to be determined. Fortunately, many people... The screams and the... thanks to the quick work of the churches, the dragon wasn't able to lay waste across the city. It was unfortunately those on the outskirts. I know it's no excuse, nor perhaps it's not meant in any disrespect to those that have fallen, but to at least bring knowledge to you, we will be passing the word around to those families. But the call to blow the horn and attack the dragon was made falsely.
They couldn't have known that it wouldn't work.
Well, irrespective, the dragon was apparently fleeing, and the call was meant to plan for evacuation. But the call for an attack was made instead.
Right.
I'll start to walk forward, and as I pass the fear, I'll look to her and I cannot let those two face the consequences of something I have done.
You're right, you can't.
No. And I'll step forward to the guards. You need to take me in. The reason this dragon existed is because of me.
Well, they both kind of look at each other with a confused face. Well, that was certainly not expected.
needed.
But if you have information, then indeed we shall take you in. Let us see your wrists. One of them goes for the manacles. Clamps you in. I would take it from your intent that you have no you don't intend to cause an issue.
I do not.
Well,
Guardsman, would you
Thank
trust
you.
me to bring him down in a minute?
we can wait at the door.
That'll do.
They both turn and they quarter pull blades ready just in case. You guards, you know how it rolls. You don't trust fucking no one.
I'll get in between the guards and Azura.
They turn and head down the stairs. As their footsteps get quiet on the sandstone stairs, you're left to get alone again. Sound of the breeze coming from the upper floor.
There's a coldness on Jin's face as he produces one of his short swords. In the traditions of my people, honor means everything. You can face this, and you should, in my opinion. But as my student, you can choose your way out in the way you see fit. And I'll present him the short sword. I suggest seeking redemption, and I'll look at Severe. But that is up to you.
I will face whatever justice is owed to me. I will go with the guards. Answer every question they have. And whatever fate befalls me, I will face.
Put away the short sword again. Very well. I'll look at Scaff, I'll look at Severe. Let's get down. And he's manacled at this point, right, bitch?
Yeah, he's just got the manacles on. Just in the front.
Yeah. We'll take him and lead him down.
You make your way downstairs. At the bottom of the stairs, you see the two guards are conversing with two more copper dragonborn who have come to investigate. As you start coming down the stairs and they see Azura, they both step past the guards into the building. They kind of have a confused look on their face. They look at Azura, he looks fucked. Being led down the stairs in manacles. Twins have just been arrested. And they look up. And they both kind of, at first, go to take a deep breath, and you catch that they start to kind of roll their eyes. What is the meaning of this, Prince?
Justice for what has happened. This was my fault.
Azura, do me a favor before you leave.
Yes.
Pass command to me. These people won't do anything without your word.
And nod, and then look at the guard. Command of this house.
You see him, as you start talking, you see him subtly shaking his head.
Get the popcorn out here.
After he shakes his head, I'll say it again. Listen to what he says. Follow his command. I pass that command over to him now. Any command that I had is now passed to Lord Shozan Jin.
You see they both look at each other, and then they look up at you, and keeping eye contact with you, they both smile.
I don't break it and don't blink.
They slowly bow while smiling, and then they both leave.
I'll turn to Jin. Don't trust them.
And don't trust a single one of these people. Now go, and we will find you.
There is one thing that I would ask. I know I don't deserve it.
We will free the old man.
Find out the truth of his words.
I intend to.
Because if there is any truth in them, then the feud between this house and yours may have been none of his doing.
You see one of the guards steps forward. Forgive me for my interjection, but if I am to surmise that there is someone that needs to be freed, another that might have information.
It was a euphemism.
Scaff, you're upstairs.
I was going to say, Scaff's not there.
Screams down the stairs. It was a euphemism. What?
Which of these is saying that? The city guard.
The city guard, yeah.
You have someone in your ranks.
You've just had this conversation right next to them.
You have someone in your ranks that can dispel magic. There's a dragonborn chained deep below this tower.
You see like a look of concern crosses his face. He turns to the other one who nods, takes a few steps outside, and you see him rummage in his pocket, pull out a sending stone.
He might know more, but he's been down there for a very, very, very long time. Best we can surmise, the better part of maybe a century.
His eyes widen a little. You see him look down the corridor towards the open door.
Someone that can maybe determine truth as well would also be useful.
Indeed. We'll be here. We'll be upstairs. So if you do go and collect him, please let us know.
The other guard comes back through. I've alerted the captain. She will be contacting. She'll be making contact.
Good. Let's hope justice prevails. Now look at Azura. I'll look at the guard. And I'll relinquish Azura to the guard.
They both nod and after you.
Oh, and he might need clerical help.
Yeah,
kind
don't
of
let him trip or anything. He'll die.
Look at the split down the sides. They, as you start to walk forward, the one who had the sending stone kind of filters in front and the other one follows behind. And they start making their way towards the guardhouse.
Did we ever find... Was it Miriam?
Marianne was in that ritual.
Yeah. Did we ever meet her at the ritual site?
So when Zafira and Scath
Like
went
where the-
into the church area and all the clerics were performing the Hallow spell, Marianne was there. And Zafira kind of gave her a pat of recognition, but she didn't respond because she was mid-ritual.
Yeah, okay, good.
She was just gonna check if everything was okay, but she was like, "Oh shit, ritual going on. Okay, we'll leave in." Okay, you're good. Great.
Big lizard.
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 You can see Azura
I'll head
as
back
you're...
upstairs.
Yeah, just as you go to... I suppose you watch Azura get led away, Jin, you look outside and you can see there are people... like in and amongst the city. Not many, but there are people kind of coming out to have a look around, and obviously the screams have died down, and there's an eerie silence, even though the dragon seems to be gone. Everyone's still kind of keeping a quietness to them. Quietness of the unknown or whatever, and you just clock a few people and head up. Azura, as
Close
you're...
the door before I go up.
Yeah, shut the doors. As you're led west towards the guardhouse, you pass the site. You can see that there are a number of city guard. There's a couple of people that they seem to be, making investigations, cordoning off that area. Those buildings have all been kind of blocked off and there's no access to the public. And you can still see the remnants of discoloured sandstone where the skeleton had been stood for a long period of time. The large pool of blood and flesh and bone, a mixture of both yours and Octavian's and the dragon's. As you kind of hesitate, the guard at the back, keep walking, sir. And he's still kind of giving you the politeness of the sir, even though you're being taken in, you're not, it's questioning for now. Innocent till proven guilty and all that jazz. It's no harm being respectful, even in the midst of travesty. You're led past the oasis and to the front door of the guardhouse. You're led through the doors and immediately left into that corridor where you'd all been for that meeting with the captain previously. Led all the way down to where Zafira's kin were held in the cells. Door is unlocked. You're led inside. You can't make it out, but quietly you can hear there is an interview going on in one of the other rooms. You can hear a female voice. Reasonable to assume that it's one of the twins. You're led in, and the first cell of the 4 you see has Beanash in it. And she's kind of sat with her head in her hands, and she looks up, hearing the noise of the door and seeing you in manacles. She just slumps, shakes her head. You see a tear drop. She doesn't say anything. And you're led the 2-cell gap. You're put into the 4th cell at the end. If you need any refreshment while you wait for interview, please call for a guard.
Okay.
Please face the bars. They shut the door and lock it. Do you turn to face?
Yeah.
Yeah. You face the bars. He undoes the manacles through the bars. Puts them back on his belt. Gives you a nod. Walks away.
I just lower my head and sit down on whatever bench or whatever's in there.
Yeah, there's like a simple cot with a bench on the other side. Shit can. Not much in there. You sit with your thoughts in the quietness of the cell. Murmured voices, quiet. It's still that eerie silence. The usual hustle and bustle of the city been completely quashed in the wake of the dragon attack. It's just an eerie quietness to the whole place. You hear the occasional sniffle coming from the far end of the cell block. Back in Xarmanifax Tower, Jin, you make your way back up the stairs.
Oh, it's done. I asked him to relinquish control of the tower guard to me before we left, but I highly doubt we'll have much time.
Yes, he did wrong, but did we make the right decision of letting him go with the guard at this time?
Yes.
Yes. He is, at the very least, within a set of walls that is controlled.
That's fine, then I just had to make sure, because I was this close. What now?
Now I'm gonna tear this room apart. Documents, anything valuable.
Pidge, you remember
Yeah.
when obviously Scaff last time went on his scouting round Octuvian's tower?
Mm-hmm.
There was that room with that chest that was sealed.
Mm-hmm.
Was that below us or above us?
That's the floor below.
Right.
So you've basically got ground level, kitchens, and path to the cavern. First floor was that vaulty room, storage, trophy cabinets, and all that shizzle. Octuvian's office, and then the top floor was like guest and bedrooms. And then the very top was the external tower, which no longer exists.
Yeah.
The
How long
bedrooms
do you
are
think we've
above
got?
us, then?
Say again.
The bedrooms are above us, then.
So the girls' bedrooms are on this level. The guest bedrooms where you stayed that one night are one floor up, yeah.
How long do you reckon we've got then?
Hour
Minutes.
at most.
Fucking hour. What?
Maybe. The guards did a smile, bowed, and left the tower, so I'm guessing they're either gone to collect their friends or
The
they
smiled what?
entirely
When?
fucked off.
What did the smile at, sorry?
After Azura gave the order that command would be passed to me.
Oh. Oh, let's not. And we've got
Exactly.
we still got to deal with the fucking house pursuer.
As for sure, we've still got a couple days. It'll be fine.
So
I'm more worried about guards storming this place. I've got two aims right now, Scaff.
find as much information as we can.
Yes, and that dead bastard's gonna pay the ransom for my brother.
Find anything that's valuable. There was
Pocket change.
mentioned the room below us. What I saw of like because it was a dagger in the cabinet, I believe. Because I looked and it was a dagger or something, wasn't it?
There was a dagger in there, yeah.
Mentioned the room I looked at. That obviously I didn't break into last time because it was guests, but now there might be a few rooms that we might need to quickly go and scavenge then.
What about that chained up guy downstairs?
We're gonna have to. I'm hoping that the guard get here before the copper ones do.
Right.
I'm conflicted. I'm really conflicted on what to do here at this point. This is
Our safest bet is either Tolderin or we go to the guild house.
Guild house.
I mean, did these series of events just happen in the last 2 hours?
Yes.
I'm not dreaming, am I?
Unfortunately not, Scath.
Scaff.
You really
Think
did
about
it this time.
Tiny glasses.
And
Tiny umbrellas in it. A
And
beach.
the beach.
Palm trees.
Once he gets out, I'm going to hit him.
If he gets out.
This is...
Don't hit him too hard right now. He might drop.
I'll get him back up, but... I mean, let's find
Power of a pissed off cleric. Bang! 1 point. Bang! 1 point. Bang!
Oh, I'll keep you alive. But you're gonna
Spare the dying. Bang! Spare the dying. Bang! Just give it 6 seconds between. Just give him a chance to fail one.
If you give me like a night, if you give me like a long rest, I'll just lay on hands and hit him 40 times.
I could do this all night.
I can do this all day.
Tell him to get angry and he'll take our fucking damage. Keep it going even longer.
Oh, yeah.
Be angry. Aren't you mad? Be mad.
Own for your sins.
Oh.
I start looking for some sort of desk which might have hold like papers, like a writing desk, cabinets.
So you've not paid much attention to it, but now you've got time in the room. I will make you roll because rolling's fun, and if you are quote unquote putting a time limit on it, I was going to say if you just got to spend fucking time looking about, then you won't necessarily have to roll. But if you're applying a time limit,
take my time because we're still waiting for the guard to come and help us free the guy down below. So we're gonna have to hold the tower anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not doing
the
a
captain
reverse
wanted to,
breach.
Yeah. You know,
Like,
captain wanted
get
to
escorted out the tower by Copper Guard and then breach back in with the town guard. That seems a little counterintuitive.
So you walk around Octavian's office, holding the bottle. You look around and you notice that a couple of the on the, well, I don't know which side wall, one of the side walls, the side wall that the drinks cabinet is on. There's bits of net curtain and silken curtain and stuff just dashed about for decoration. You notice some of the stones are... One of them particularly is a bit more discoloured. You just feel about, and you notice at the floor level there's a little bit of scuffage. And as you kind of rest your hand on the stone, it feels a little bit loose.
I will take my ring. I'll activate it. Take a look through the wall to see if, one, I'm not going to get fucked by pressing this tile, and two, if I can see behind the wall.
So the stone wall is thick enough that you can't see through it, but what I will give you is that the scuffage continues under the wall and starts to curve a little bit before it goes out of vision. And looking into this slightly loose stone, you get, like, I'll give you the crackage around it. So your thoughts of can it be pushed up or whatever are probably true, but you can't see what's beyond the thing because it's thick stone.
I'm gonna look behind me to the other two. Just in case, get ready to duck. And I press on the tile.
Yeah. Press the stone, and it depresses about half an inch. And then you hear, you basically hear a bit of a, it's not a click, it's more of a, if stone could click, it's like a kind of, just a shift.
Yeah.
And you, as you continue to put a bit of pressure, the side of it quite lightly, or almost unexpectedly, for a stone section of wall, it becomes lighter. And as you push, a bit of the stone wall kind of curves like a door, and you see the scuffage is, of course, stone on floor. And it grinds a little as you push it open, revealing a side room with a very ornate four-poster king bed with blue, glittery, silken adornments. You appear to have found Octavian's bedroom. Not necessarily meant to be a secret room, but not an obvious door, you know. You look around the room. Now I'll have your investigation roll.
Second. That would be... I have +1, right? Yeah, 15.
15. Okay. So how I'd probably like to do this, before I open a notepad and go mad for a while, roll me a d6.
Ooh. 5.
I will give you 5 questions. And if important things pertain to those questions, I will give you them. And if the questions don't pertain to anything important, we'll probably say that you don't find much there. But, like, you start to look, you find information about plans, ideas, destinations, deals, contacts. You know, there's quite a lot of shizzle. But for the sake of you, again, applying a time limit, I'll give you 5 questions.
5 questions that are immediate. Do I technically have enough time to just collect everything and dump it in the back of holding?
Yeah.
So I'll look for 5 immediate things that I would like answers to help our immediate situation.
Okay.
Is there anything that pertains to the dragon outside or the ritual that he had to cast in order to bring life back to the dragon?
Do you speak Infernal?
Yes.
You're not there.
He does, I don't.
You find documents in a language you do not understand in a black, thick ink. Runic kind of scripture that seems hastily drawn. Or is it, like, poorly written? Or is it intricately written in a language that's meant to look illegible? It's hard to tell. But there is rough sketches of a quite majestic-looking, long-necked dragon.
Sort of shout out to the room. Why does everything in here is in a language I don't understand?
Because you're uneducated.
Eat sand, scaff, and come in here.
I'll keep watching.
Second question.
Savage, because you're uneducated. Savage.
Yeah.
Yep, número 2.
Damn, Scaff. That's ruthless.
there any reference in any of the papers to Azura or the prince?
You find probably nearer the top, comparatively, they seem newer, they're not old documents, probably written more recently, and there is a whole page written, you see there is scrawlings down one side, a list of titles, Lord, Viscount, Duke, and then Prince at the bottom, and it's circled. There is reference to the new blue, and it has a couple of exclamation points next to it, and it's underlined. Promise of victory. After all this time, perhaps another chance has presented itself in the wake of a lifetime of searching. Perhaps I finally have something, or perhaps I finally have the thing I need to bring him back. Just says bring him back. I will be working closely to appease and appeal and to accommodate. And you see those 3 A's are like capitalized. Appease, appeal, and accommodate. And then you see to make, and then there's a small gap and a line and an arrow that goes up to the titles list that says Prince. To make the Prince happy, welcomed, and hopefully will agree to my requests. And then it kind of tapers off. Then there's a couple of smaller notes. He's brought friends, and then it just says his lordship, his ladyship, and a lizard.
So I go from pinching my
Lizard.
nose to hopefully a scaff comes into the room, just like, ha! He
What?
didn't find you all that important.
A lizard. His
I'll
lordship.
show him the note where it says
Lizard.
a lizard.
Yeah. And then underneath it just says, make sure everyone feels appeased, accommodated, whatever the other A word was.
Well, then just say to Jin, sometimes it's best to go unknown. You skate under the radar.
I'll put it on a pile of things that I might be able to use for
It's like,
maybe
underestimate
guess
the most
Azura.
deadly one of the group.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll hand them the infernal notes.
And then at the bottom of that sheet, it says like a list of plots, plans, ploys, and then there's like a couple of suggestions. Deteriorating health. I'm in dire need of help. You're the only one. You're special. I need powerful. I need powerful items or artifacts of power to perform this ritual, which is kind of underlined, and then ... But now you're here, or now he's here, and then it's kind of written slightly differently. But now he's here. I could probably just use him.
Ooh.
Our boy got used. Can't say I didn't see that one coming.
That's why we said to him, we'll discuss this as a group and find everything out first. We made that apparent that that's what we're going to do, just to see if it is worth doing.
Yeah. Third question.
Lizard.
Are there any references to maybe a local network of contacts that he may have used as sources to source things like materials or information from either inside the city or in a slightly wider sphere?
You look through lists of contacts and stuff. You notice there is reference to a contact in House Pursuer who can provide poison. There is a contact in House Tolderan who can subsequently help fund things, and you see reference that they are skimming off the top from the big guy. You see there's reference of a contact in House Gulreen who can provide firepower. Yeah, that's mostly it. And then you see reference to the Black One, as is written in the marketplace. And then it just says ... Thieves Guild ?
Yeah, that's what. Do I see any names associated with the people, or identifying marks?
There's
or
no names, just references to contacts, and you can tell as you read through it, he seems to have been particular in not writing the leak in each house's name just in case. He just references contacts.
Okay.
The only kind of direct reference is, quote unquote, the Black One in the marketplace, who you've met, as you know.
I'll look at Scaff. Any luck with the infernal writing, my friend? Or the weird writing, my friend?
Yeah, give me an intelligence
who is
check,
more learned.
Because whilst
you could have let Jin.
Yeah, give me an intelligence check.
Intelligence. Just so it is infernal I speak, not abyssal or anything like that. It's just infernal. Where is it? Intelligence. 18.
Decent. Okay. So whilst it's hard to make out, and whilst you imagine much like common language, there's different scriptures, different dialects, etc. Infernal as a language isn't something commonly spoken on the material plane. Whilst you can understand if someone speaks to you in Infernal, to see a written passage of stuff, it's like, ugh, fucking hell. It's more like being in class and given a fucking cheat sheet and you're trying to compare, it's a bit difficult. But you see references, of course, as you read through it. This is a contact and a contract that Octuvian, quote unquote, you say Octuvian, but you notice written down the name Zivarun has made with another name, Aldenak. A contract in binding that will allow Zivarun the power to recall and reform an ancient dragon which isn't named. An ancient white dragon that isn't named. The contract alludes to power in payment of a sacrifice of either a pure-blooded, innocent female, and you see in like an accompanying paper that's not in Infernal, you notice there's references to how to fulfill a contract, how he can fulfill the contract, and you see references to his daughters in there. You see there is the blood sacrifice of an immortal being, and then you see a blood sacrifice of an ancient being as well. Any of those things could be used as payment for the contract, sacrificed to Aldenak, and then Aldenak will give Zivarun the power to resurrect this dragon. Yeah, that's basically what it says on this paperwork.
That is the book.
Your little robot.
Breaking up a little bit there, Dwarf.
1, 2.
Maybe disconnect and come back in. Seems to be a little bit connection error-y.
I think he just entirely died there.
The face to be pulling as he crashes. We'll go for your next question, Jin.
Looking around the room now, maybe slightly more selflessly. As I very quickly grab Dwarf's face because I have to. I am looking around the room for any gold, any silver, possibly platinum that he might have stashed away somewhere, or any other like visibly and like determiningly valuable.
Yeah, give me another investigation check.
Please, God, roll me good. I need money for brother. I only one better than before. 16.
Roll me a percentile dice.
Oh, good mother of mercy. Here it is. Yep. That would be a 74.
You find 74 platinum in assortment of gold and silver and other coinage. Mostly platinum, though. We'll say 60 platinum and 14 gold, or like 10 gold, 4 gold's worth of silver. You know, whatever.
Yeah, no, that works. So that's 60 plat, 10 gold, and what, 40 silver?
Yeah.
All right. And then for my final question, looking at the information that we have found about that could potentially help Azura if his involvement gets pushed to be like primary blame, to maybe offer him a way out for actual redemption. Being satisfied with some of the answers that I've gotten, like obviously there's something infernal going on. We've got names. We've got proof that he's basically plotted this entire theatrical bit out, which is good. We have our suspicions confirmed that every house is leaking. Not names, but at least suspicions are confirmed. I've got some gold. I got some gold! Looking at the piles of paperwork, plans, schemes, before just clearing out the desk and dumping it all in the back of holding for further analysis later. The bubbling, the barely still recent death of members of my family. I look for any documents that implicate specific people still alive in the city with direct involvement. The siege and the multi-year plot to take them out.
Yeah. So you see that as you continue to look through for references in involvement, you find a small, like leather-bound, like book of like mostly loosely torn, some like sewn in pages. You see scrawled loosely on the front of it, just says Dosai.
It's back.
Here he is. It says Dosai on the front. You sit and you scan, and you see reference to a plot to assault, to take out Big Bad Cad.
Big Bad Cat.
You see there is a reference to seeking poison from Piraz, but I suppose that it's up to your own interpretation, but the way it's written, it's not I have been and bought some poison from Piraz. It's seeking poison from Piraz. And he's the head of the house, so whether that means he was involved or he's got poison from thing. You see reference to an unnamed contact, once again, unfortunately, from House Tolderin that will be supplying some funds to help with it. But motives and reasons are kept quiet. And you see a contact in House Gulreen that can supply arcane fire. Is a scholar by the name of Mephis.
A slight, satisfying smirk crosses Jin's face. I'll look at Scaff. I'll start dumping paper into the bag of holding.
Before you finish, there is one page that seems to have been kept separately. The sides of it seem to have a little bit of scuffage, a little bit of roughage, where you imagine it's probably been held a fair amount, but the rest of the page itself has been kept between two pages to try to keep it as tidy as possible. And the page lists a longing for the lady of the house. And it basically references that he met her once on a trade journey to Doriusai, under the guise when he was attempting a bit of a reconnaissance mission into Doriusai to gather information about Mr. Cad, Big Bad Cad. And it makes references to your mother in, I won't go into the poetry of it all, but couldn't speak highly of her. And yeah, quote unquote Octavian had a very particular interest and longing for Mama Chosen. And then the final reference is that he will alleviate her of that man, is the last thing it says.
God, this entire thing is a freaking Helen of Troy story? Are you fucking kidding me?
This is some good tea. Keep going. I'm having a great time here.
We need more juice here.
Jin goes from slightly smirking at the name being revealed to pinching the bridge of his nose, like, oh my god.
It can't be that bad, Jin.
I show him the page. It is that bad.
I take it back.
I'll put the page back into the booklet and I'll start dumping everything into the bag of holding for later more
detailed perusal.
Yeah, less time sensitive perusal.
Mm-hmm.
In this room, is it just like books, scrolls?
It's his bed. It's his bedroom cum office, I suppose. Yeah.
No, like bags of platinum just lying around.
Jin's already found what money he could in the room.
Ah, sorry, I wasn't here. Sorry.
Yeah.
Right. Point out there was a bit of like an armory, well, with like a locked box that needed like some keys, so there could be some stuff down there we might want to try and grab, see if it's worth trying to sell on for a bit of gold for your brother.
Yeah, let's do that.
I mean, something like this has to have like a bit of a vault somewhere.
I don't think we'll have time to find an entire vault, but if there's any weapons of magical nature, those might be valuable enough to relieve this dying house of their possession of.
I hope this is the last time we come to this house. I want to be done with this city at this point.
You and me both.
Did we see what direction the dragon flew off in?
You were down, so the last thing you saw was it was circling round to the north, and then you all came in the house. And then you've been subsequently been downstairs, and you've not heard anything since.
Yeah, because last me and Zafira saw it went from the north to the west, and that's where we saw it last, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so we didn't see what direction it went. Okay. Fuck. Any contact or anything since from my sister or out?
Nope.
Heard no.
Alright, let's go back out.
But yeah, let's go try and ransack any room we can, what we can find.
Zeph?
She's been in the room just looking at the door, make sure no one comes in. Yes? Find anything interesting?
Unfortunately.
Looks at
Found some
Scaff. Looks at Jin.
I'll fill you in a moment.
That's what she said.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's between me and her in our bedroom. Control yourself.
Can we not talk about this right now? This is a bad moment.
This is a bad moment. I
Tonight's not the
found
night.
some things that might help us. Our boy got played, but we knew that. I've got evidence now that he has been.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Badly played.
We can't
Yes.
trust him. Feeling.
I found some other things.
Mm-hmm.
Found some platinum and gold that we can use for my brother's release, as well as perhaps tracking my father if
I
needed.
suppose that's fair. Yeah.
Father's the last thing in our mind at this point, mate. No offense.
I know, but it's on my mind.
He's gone from like up here to like he's slowly going further down that list at this point.
If he survived, he's still a threat, so.
He's still a threat and he's desperate. He might make allies with things that we don't want him to make allies with.
He might wander to the Great Tree. They won't send him away.
No, they won't. And that's a problem. Anyway, we're going to ransack an armory.
Okay.
There's
We're
a
gonna
couple
ransack an armory while we're waiting for the captain of the guard. That sounds like a brilliant idea, boys.
It could have got damaged with the collapse of the building, or
You've
in all the chaos.
really outdone yourself with that idea. And
Rest of the gaff is fine.
You
when
want
the
me
roof
to
come off this room just exploded. What?
I mean,
We're not going to ransack it and make it a mess. We're going to take what we can and not make it obvious.
And let me guess, you want me to guard the stairs?
If you would be so kind.
I mean, you look stunning in that dress.
Thanks, I
You
know.
do.
Thanks.
The armory's this way.
Different
So-
now. All right, let's go.
Anyway.
Fine.
Do you make your way downstairs to that room that you once dipped your toes into, but chose not to disturb before? You see that it mostly looks like a display case of various bits of weapon and armour, and it mostly looks ornamental. Some pieces could be used, but nothing screams, this is going to be worth a shitload of money. It's just swords on walls. and then you continue around to that locked cabinet. That has changed slightly, and from its previous contents, there is a small set of items in the cabinet. You look through the glass on the top, and you notice that there is, at the bottom, a dagger that has a slightly curved black handle or blade to it. There is a ring that has a kind of white clouded gem inlay. There is a pair of boots that are laid flat in kind of, boot to boot, kind of. And a neatly folded, wrapped and rolled cloak.
Experience has said, do not put any of these items on until we discern if it is indeed magical. And any
I was
use.
already ahead of you there, Scaff.
I'm just making that aware because. Yeah.
Already ahead.
Is there any notes, any scripting, anything on this box, anything on the items, or anything to give it away of what this stuff is?
Nope. Because that'd be too easy. Nope.
I'm going to open my eye to the arcane and look. Just look.
Magic eyes. Do you cast something, or are you just bullshitting?
Just bullshit.
No. Boots, dagger, ring, cloak. That's what you see. They've been put on display, but whether they're magic or not, you cannot tell.
Is the display case closed?
Yep.
And to see if there's any obvious way to open it.
The latch on the front, which is bolted and locked.
The thieves' things.
I used to use these skills for things that weren't stealing, but here we are. I'm going to try and... Is it like a hanging lock, or is it just like a key lock? Like, what am I looking at?
It's like a lock into the cabinet. It's like built in.
I'm going to take out my thief's tools. And I'm going to first look at the lock.
Mm-hmm.
Like, maybe look if there's any, like, mechanisms that are visible in the case. If I look, like, slightly, like, over a little bit. Like, if there's anything that I can discern.
Check it for
Before I
traps.
stick my tools into it. Yes, I'm checking for that.
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
Don't fuck me.
12. You don't find any trip wires. You don't notice any subtle glow of an arcane sigil. You have an inspect out of paranoia, if nothing else, and pre-prepared planning. You kind of feel it in and around. You look into the lock, maybe wince, thinking, fucking hell, hopefully nothing jumps out at me. And you feel around the underside of the cabinet and you have a look, and you notice that in the four corners, almost looks like hinges, but they seem attached into the four corners. There are like 4 golden rods just in the corners.
I feel I should ask this. How big is this cabinet?
Like pretty big. It's like a display cabinet, like a desk size, I suppose. Like it's a cabinet to fit some stuff in.
I can't just dump it in the bag all
No,
later. Okay.
it's not like a display box. It's a whole ass cabinet with legs, and like underneath there's these 4 golden rods in the corner.
This can be removed,
It's a mimic, yeah. True, yeah.
It's a mimic. I'm gonna try to open these This lock.
Nuts.
These nuts, yes. I'm going to put my thief tools to work.
Okay. First
See
of
if I
all,
can do it.
Zafira, give me a perception check with disadvantage. And Jin, you give me your
Great.
thieves' tools check.
Whilst Jin's doing this, I'm going to
Holy
massage his shoulders so I can
bad.
concentrate further.
Lock
I've
in!
got this.
I'm really fucking bad at this. 14.
What's thief
14?
tools again?
Good to know. Thieves' tools is basically a sleight of hand check with proficiency. If you've not got it's its own check. It's a dexterity check with proficiency. If you've got proficiency with thieves' tools,
Yes.
so it's a d20 plus dex plus proficiency, basically. Unless
Praise the
you've
dice
got,
gods.
you haven't got expertise
them
with it,
be.
have you?
Probably
not,
No,
but no.
No, I don't. Not yet. Anyway, that's a natural 20
Happy days.
or a 25.
Very good, very good, very nice, very nice. You fiddle with the lock, Scaff, giving you the old shoulder massage, and you feel a bit of a twinge in the lock, and you're like, oh shit, and then he rubs one knot out, and you're like, ah, and you almost roll with it, and you hear a, and you're like, oh fucking hell, fair play, cheers, Scaff. But as you click the lock and you hear the bolt, like, kind of snap open, in the four corners of the cabinet, you see 4 golden rods shoot up into the cabinet. Give me a quick perception check, both of you. Zafira, give me another perception check. This time flat.
22.
15. Yay. I love having
25.
25. The boys, both looking at the cabinet, you see out of the tips of these 4 golden rods that have shot up about halfway, in the corners, about halfway up, so they're like kind of protruding halfway into the cabinet. You see very subtly some kind of gas seems to be seeping out of them, like a stick of incense, just a very subtle plumage coming out of the corners of these rods.
I will hold my breath.
Cool. Zafira, with your 15, this time you hear what sounds like conversation approaching the tower. The disadvantage first time was that it was outside. The not disadvantage this time is that they're practically at the door.
Okay, so they're still downstairs, but in front on the front door.
Yeah. But they're close enough for you to,
Okay, I'll turn to the door of the armory and I'll just, like, knock on it. Boys, hurry.
You hear a loud knocking on the door downstairs and muffled noises coming from the inside of the armory.
Guys, get out of the room right now.
Help Jin scoop everything into the... Does he get the lid off? Lid up?
You've not told me you've opened the lid yet.
I'm flipping open the lid as I see the gas. I'm holding my breath.
Yeah.
I'm flipping open the lid.
Yeah. Give me a dexterity saving throw, both of you.
And I'll have a look down the stairs to see if there are any, like, Xarmanifax guards
Yeah,
left.
you look... there's no more copper guards in the building.
Okay.
You look down the stairs towards the door. You see there's 2 city guard awaiting at the door.
Oh.
They've knocked on the
outside?
door. Yeah.
Are we close
Okay.
enough to Zeph?
You're in the room. Zeph's just knocked on the door from the outside.
What's that from, like, the Splendor +4?
You're not
On
close
saving
enough to
throws,
get her
You're not
aura.
close enough for that.
Oh, we're not close enough. Oh.
You need to be within 10 feet.
30-20.
30, 20,
23.
23.
You'll be
Yeah.
fine.
As you open the... You both pass, however. As you... however. As you open the... cabinet... Fucking hell, couldn't think of the word. As you open it, there's like a gust of escaping air. As this gas is kind of pushed and permeates the room, and you feel the outer layers of your skin start to sizzle.
Oh,
You both take 5 points of acid damage.
Okay.
nice.
Shit.
But the cabinet's now
at
open.
The door.
Help Jin funnel everything into the bag of holding.
Okay.
And
Quick
then
check. Can I do a history check on any of the displayed weapons?
Yeah, give me a quick history check. I will say that in doing this, you are taking another round of being in the gas. But that's... You've done it now, so... Are you staying with him, Scaff?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dex saves again. Both of you. And a history check, Jin.
That's even better. 21.
I'm also at 21. 21.
Yep, both
My
pass.
history is a 19.
19. You both take halved for the pass. 6 points of acid damage each. With a 19 history, you see on one of the back walls there is a sword of a style that doesn't fit the brief, but looks very familiar to your style. And you can see that it is a nice katana in a braided bondage sheath. And at the end of it, there is a twisted, braided, dangling charm of pink braided silk. And on the end of it, it has a couple of dried, hardened sakura leaves. Petals.
I'm going to nudge Scaff to go for the door. I will activate... Actually, how far to that is it? How many feet?
That's on the other side of the room. So you're at the back, at the cabinet.
Mm-hmm.
To go to the opposite right would be the door where you came in, and this sword is on the opposite left, on the back wall.
Okay. Is 80 feet of movement enough to get there, grab it, and get out of the room?
It's enough to get there, realise that it's not just hooked on, it's fixed on.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can either spend another turn to release it, or you could sack it off and leave.
Seems unfortunate to leave it hanging there. Am I in the gas still?
Yeah, you're both in the room is gassed, so the more turns you stay in here doing shit, the more times you're going to get gassed. So you can spend as long as you want in here. You realise quite quickly that holding your breath isn't the saving grace here.
No. I will try and hold my breath.
Yeah, absolutely. Scaff, are you staying in the room, or are you leaving?
I didn't knock him to go.
If he's in the gas, I'll be halfway between him and Zafira, because if all goes wrong, somebody needs to be able to grab him quickly.
Yeah, so if you're in the room, you're in the gas.
But I will also cast Cure Wounds on myself, because I'm a few hit points down.
Okay, you cast Cure Wounds on yourself, but if you're both staying in, another dex save, please. Jin, I'm going to need a sleight of hand check to try and get this sword off the wall.
I can do that.
That's 25 on dex.
Mm-hmm.
14 plus 9. So another 23 on my save.
Yeah, half damage again.
Sleight of hand is a 24.
Cool. So you both take another 5 points of acid damage.
Fine.
And with that effort, taking the extra round to be in here, you manage to unbolt. It's, as I say, it's not just on a hook thing. You have to unbolt the two bolts, and you're like, fuck, trying to hold your breath, and then pop both the caps, get the sword off the wall. In the bag of holding. Are you both leaving? You both having a 6-second stroll out the door? Wink, wink. Another round of gas.
We'll have
I got 40 feet of movement.
We'll have 5
Yeah,
seconds,
true.
not 6.
Yeah. So then you both subsequently leave. As you open the door, you see that, like, quite quickly, if you leave it open, the gas will start to permeate. It doesn't seem to have just been a blast. It seems to be releasing constant, so however much is in the rods, you don't know, but if you leave the door open, it's going to permeate out into the building, so...
Yeah, shut the doors, and then just say under my breath when we get to Zafira, do we want to disappear at this point? Or are we going down to get...
I don't know, what did you tell them? Looks at Jin. You talked to
That
them, right?
that we would be here for them to take him, but I didn't say anything about being here when he gets released.
Go when they were getting him, so I'm guessing they're here to get them. Go upstairs, I'll go down, I'll open the door, I'll say we didn't know that all the Xarmanifax guard left. And that
I can also open the door.
took me a moment to get down. No, go up, I'll go.
Okay. I'll leave the talking to you, my lady. I'll head up.
Good choice. Go on, lizard.
Yeah, I'll follow Jim.
Lizard.
Lizard.
What a bastard.
So the boys head upstairs. Zafira heads downstairs. Yeah, there would have been another round of knocking. I didn't want to interrupt. But yeah, you make your way down.
I'll open the door. Oh, so sorry. I didn't realize that everyone of Xarmanifax left. Took me a moment to get down. Sorry.
That's not a problem.
Open the door.
It was brought to our attention that there is a individual that is sealed and trapped, and a request was made for a dispelling agent.
Oh, yes. Right. I'll go get the other two. We'll all go down together. Have you brought any torches, just in case? Or are you good with the dark?
Yeah, you see one of them at the back. Like, comparatively, there's like 3 guards. 2 look like the stereotypical armoured guards, and you see this third one at the back has like a backpack. He's still got a bit of armour on, but it's more like leathers. Mm-hmm. He's probably the wizardy type of guard.
Probably a spellcaster, yes.
Yeah. And he like kind of flips his backpack to the side, and you see, like, opens it, starts taking out a couple of torches.
Oh, great. Okay. Give me just 1 second, and I'll jog back up the stairs in my dress.
Yep. You see, as you start jogging up the stairs, well, you probably wouldn't see because they're stood down. But I'll say, for reference point anyway, they all, like, look away to be respectful. Not watch the lady run up the stairs in a dress. The guards, like, wait downstairs in the foyer. You hear the door shut behind them as you jog up.
And I'll get up to the second floor to the room.
Second floor, yeah.
Is it second? Yeah.
Yeah, so it's ground floor, first floor's armory, second floor's balcony.
Octavians?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, the boys are kind of waiting up there.
Stroll, go back over. Okay, they're here for the Octavian in the basement. Dungeon? I want to call it a dungeon almost. The cave? Whatever.
I would assume Jin nods.
Yeah.
Because he's not here.
You got everything sorted? Between them?
Yep.
You feeling alright?
Notice Jin's probably, like, maybe
even redder?
Dusting himself off. And you notice, like, the hairs on his arms are a bit singed and his looks a bit sunburnt. Here he is.
A sunburnt hobgoblin?
Yeah, I mean, red can get redder.
What happened? And take his arm. Have a look.
And you looking at their eyes. You can see there's like little bits of the old bloodshot in the eyes.
Oh my gosh. Are you boys okay? Do you need anything?
I'm fine.
Bit of dust from the tower got down.
Are you sure? I still have some healing left. You good?
Well, maybe to take the bloodshot eyes away, maybe?
All right. And I'll hold out a hand to each of them. Your hands.
Put his hand out.
I'll divide my remaining 10 to 5 each.
Yeah. So that's all of your pool expended.
Yeah. Oh, hello?
Cool.
D&D Beyond, hello? Give my character back.
My character!
My character sheet!
It's
Who says no?
Remove the lay on hands pool, please. Thank you. There you go. Yep. Do the bloodshot eyes go away?
Yeah, bloodshot eyes go away. The immediate
Great.
stinging kind of alleviates. Still a bit tingly, but
Right.
yeah.
Let's go down then. It's time to venture into the cave again.
Ah, well, let's do it.
You make your way down the stairs to greet the guards. You both now, as the boys coming downstairs, you notice there's 2 standard guards and one that's still armoured, carrying a rucksack. His tunic is a little bit longer, a little bit robe-esque, a little bit scholarly, wizardy, spellcastery guard. And as you gesture to lead the guards towards the cave, the scholar passing out torches. He offers torches to those of you that want or need or don't have them. Torches are struck, held to each other to alight them all. As you start to venture through the doorway, that's where we'll go for a break.
Yay!
Thank you to everyone that's watched along. We will see what the intrepid explorers find in the cavern below. And we will see what our boy in the clink gets up to when we come back from the break. How are we feeling? 15, 20? What? Go for a 15. So it's 6 minutes past now. We'll come back at about 20 past and ease into it, see how we go.
Yeah.
All right, peeps. Enjoy your break. Pee pee poo poo. Refill your drinks. Hydrate. Stretch. We'll see you in a bit.
Here we go.
Diddly-diddly-diddly-diddly-dee. Oh, we could have timed that a bit better. There's 20 seconds left on the break. God damn it. Is anyone even watching? Yeah, there is at least one person that requires non-ad content. Thank you, YouTube, for this 10-second interlude while I wait for the Twitch ad to end so any viewers can continue to enjoy. Right, we're back.
Imagine not being subbed to Pidge's channel.
I know, yeah, subbing with Prime
Is
free once a month. Yeah. Jeffrey Bezos. Anyway.
Use your Bezos box.
We will leave our intrepid explorers as they head downstairs, flanked with we'll say, you guys in front, and the guards taking up the rear. One of the guards does offer to take the lead, should you wish, but understands that you are guiding, so it's up to you on the marching order heading down. You can either go guard, you guys, 2 guards, or you guys first, guards second. It's up to you.
I'll probably lead with 60 feet of dark vision.
Okay. Cool. So, you guys lead the guards downstairs. We will flick over to the guardhouse, where our big blue chap has been sat once again in his feels after something going wrong. Once again. The sniffles from the end cell come to an end as the door unlocks, and you hear muffled conversation as Andre is returned. You see them, Andre approaches the bars and says, Binash, and the guard says, please do not communicate between yourselves until the interviews have concluded. And you don't see or hear anything. You hear the cell next, one gap, then the next cell is unlocked. You hear footsteps going in. The door is locked. And you hear the guard. Next, please, follow me. And the cell is opened. And Binash is taken for her interview. Is there anything you want to do, say, achieve for the next 10, 15, 20 minutes in-game while she's away? Or we could just skip to the end of her interview.
I would have just turned to the one that had returned and you should not be here.
No
You are not
response.
at fault for this.
No response. All you hear over the course of the next 15, 20 minutes or so is just one quiet, whispered, I'm sorry. Who it said to, what the intent was, it's impossible to tell. You just hear a whispered, I'm sorry. You hear the door to the cell block open once again and footsteps as Binash is led back into her cell. Followed by a set of footsteps approaching your cell. You ready for your interview, sir?
Yeah, I'll stand up.
Please produce your wrists.
I do.
Takes manacles. Locks you in. Unlocks the cell. Gestures for you to come out. Shuts and locks the cell. And then gestures towards the front door as he starts to lead you out. You look into the other girls' cells. You see Andre has kind of fetal curled on the cot. And Binash is sat on the bench at the end, again slumped, head in her hands. Sorry, they were the other way round, but you know what I mean. Same difference. One's fetaled, The other one sat, tears on her cheeks. No, that is the right order, yeah. You're led out into that room that there's space. You see down the corridor towards the front of the guardhouse. You see silhouettes of toing and froing guards coming in. You can see through the gap that leads out into the civilian area. There's like a couple of people, looks like small families or people coming in, and you get a very solemn vibe from that half of the guardhouse where they're probably being given some bad news. You're led, you see to the right as you come out of the cell block. In front of you there is the interview room, and to the right is the captain's office where the conversation was had that time. You're led across the hall into the interview room. There's a simple wooden table attached to the wall with 2 legs. So it's like like one of them tables that are attached to the walls. You imagine this table can be folded up if they need more space. The table is folded out with 2 legs that are lined with metal for support. There is a chair, and on the middle of the table there is a fixed pair of what are they called? Like little loops where you could attach chains to should be needed. But no, being in a interview questioning space as opposed to a defined criminal space, you're not like chained to the table or anything like that. You're just left to sit at the table. Is there anything you wish to say before we begin the interview, sir?
Other than I know what was the cause of this, and I am partly to blame. So whatever I need to face, then I shall face it.
You see another guard comes in, slightly less armoured, carrying a set of parchment up against a bit of board, the quill and ink, and they sit at the table next to the other guard. Please state your name.
My name is Azura.
Any family name or titles that you wish to offer?
None that I accept.
See the right at the top of the paper, Azura. Please recount your reason for handing yourself in. Feel free to go into as much or as little detail.
The dragon that was released and set upon this city was resurrected in a ritual. I was part of that ritual. I was led to believe that this ritual was to resurrect a dragon that may have been an ancestor of mine. As you can see, I am different to any other dragonborn that I have seen before. And it has led me to want to find out my lineage, where I come from, who I am. And recently we left my hometown, and during those travels I was given information that I could find answers to those questions here. And when I reached the city, I was basically approached by Octavian of House Xarmanifax. And he said that the skeleton that was in the square near the tower was a gemstone dragon that would have been potentially an ancestor of mine, and he had the power to resurrect it with my help. And it has been some time since we came to this city, and I've been basically questioning about this. I was told that I had to choose, and as time went on, I knew that the time in the city with me and my friends was coming short, and I did not know if I would have another chance to find out the answers I seek. So I returned to Octavian this night and took him up on the offer. He took me down and started performing this ritual. And the moment he started it, I was paralyzed and couldn't move. He then started chanting in a language that I know to be associated with the Hells. And it was then that I knew that something was wrong with this. It was then that I also started receiving these injuries that you can see, and I hold up my arm to show.
You see the scribe kind of looks up and sees your injuries, like tries to hide a wince, not very well, and then just looks back at the paper.
I started draining my blood, and I could feel strength draining from me. It was as though this ritual, I was not here as a guest, but as a sacrifice to it. And as I could feel the blood draining from me, it sort of started to reform around the dragon, and flesh started forming, but it was not the blue of my color. It was white. And then something else happened. The ritual went wrong, and the flesh fell from the body of the dragon, and then Octavian, he just fell apart, and then I think I blacked out at that point, and the next thing I'm waking, and I can hear screams, screeches, the dragon, and the sound of the horror. I knew then what I'd done in it, that without me this wouldn't have happened, and that is why I felt I had to turn myself in, because without me all those people would still be alive.
As part of the interview process and to alleviate insightful concern, do you submit to a zone of truth so that we can attest to your honesty amongst the questions that we are to ask?
Yes, of course.
To make it clear, as this magic takes hold, it will be quite clear if you have chosen to resist it, but it will also be clear if you have chosen to embrace it. Would you choose to embrace it, or to resist it?
Please. I will not resist.
You see the scribe takes out a symbol, holy symbol, of, it's like pale blue in colour. Symbol of want. Mutters a few quiet words under their breath, and you feel an energy kind of wave over your mind. You choose to fail the zone of truth. So, of course, for clarity, an affected creature is aware of the spell and can thus avoid answering questions to which it would normally respond with a lie. Such a creature can be evasive in its answers as long as it remains within the boundaries of the truth. However, on a failed save, or because you've chosen to fail, you can't speak a deliberate lie. Okay? First of all, the first question was that you stated you was a part of this ritual, of course, but then you went on to describe what the ritual entailed. Were you aware at any point before the ritual that it could cause such catastrophic devastation to either yourself or the caster?
No. I had no idea what would happen in that respect.
You were led to believe it was an ancestor of yours, but then you later stated that it was not in fact a blue, forgive me, gem, dragonborn, but it was in fact white. You say you were led to believe, but at any point before or during the ritual, were you told that it was not in fact what you were led to believe?
I was not. Right until the moment I blacked out. And I saw, the white skin. It was then I realized that I'd been deceived.
You said you came with your friends. You state names, family names, or titles as appropriate for your friends?
Yes, I'm with Zafira, a paladin of Kerecekian. Scath, guard captain of Locktalkian. Well, and my other friend is Shozanjin, Lord of Doriyasai.
In the naming of your friends there, I sensed an untruth. In the title of your second friend. Was that intentional, or was it a mistake?
It was a mistake. Sometimes he likes to believe he was guard captain, but he is just a... I've actually forgotten what he is.
Okay.
Just a lizard.
Of course, claiming
Lizard.
Scath to be the guard captain of Luctorpian, we know, of course, to be a falsehood. Were your friends at any point directly involved in the decision you made?
They were not aware that I had made the decision to go and perform the ritual.
I will state the question again for clarity. Were your friends directly involved at any point in the decision you made?
They were not. The decision to go and perform the ritual was mine and mine alone.
Who gave you the information that you could find your answers here?
During my travels, there were two groups. Well, one, an individual by the name of Marquai.
You see the scribe shoots you a look as you say that name and then goes back down to writing.
Ooh.
He said that I could find answers here. And the others were a group of Fey imps that came to me.
The scribe shoots you another look, but this time it's a bit questioning. But carries on.
That came to me in my sleep a number of times, questioning me about my lack of wings, my ancestral of the past, that I would find the answers. And they did not, I'm trying to remember now, Paige, if they directly mentioned Dragyun themselves. I don't think they did.
Just go off whatever you can remember. I'm not going to give you hints during the interview.
They did not directly to a specific person, but they just basically said that I would find the answers I seek. If I kept searching, it was Marquai that directed me to this city. And
this individual, Marquai, what was your involvement with them?
We met them on a sea journey. Up from Loctopus to Luctorpian. And no, apologies, we met them before that. First on a journey, as we were journeying from Saugard to Loctopus. And they journeyed up with us to Luctorpian. And it was during the journey up north that he told me that I may find the answers I seek in this city. That there was someone here that would be able to provide me with the answers.
They said there was someone here. Did they provide an identity of who that someone was?
They did not.
quite clear that this Marquai individual is not with you or your companions. What was their last known whereabouts?
We were involved in an incident just outside the city of Loctorpian. And it was during the events of that incident that they departed from us and left our party. And we've not heard or seen them since.
Was the incident just outside the city of Loctorpian been dealt with or made aware to the captain of the guard of Loctorpian, as it would be their jurisdiction?
They were very much aware, and they were directly involved with it. And
understood. Is there any more comments you wish to make, or any questions that you have for us at this time?
I have no questions, and I just know that there's no justice that is enough for the lives of those lost this night.
Please stand, Azura.
I stand.
Opens the door, leads you out across the hall into the cell block, leads you down to the end cell. I will allow for a message to be passed to a contact that you may have in the city if there is anything you wish. You get your phone call.
No, I'm fine.
Understood. Please face the cell. He lets you in, shuts the cell, takes off your manacles. Do you require any refreshment?
No. I'm okay.
He just nods, walks down the corridor, leaving you in the quiet once again.
I go and sit in the corner. Just rest my head against the wall, staring at the wall.
Give me a perception check with disadvantage.
Mm. 15.
15, difficult to make out. You just hear the muffled conversation between guards on the outside of the cell block. And with a 15, the only clear word that you pick up on is Marquai.
Marquai. How many other people see pissed off?
We will cut back to the basement stairs of Xarmanifax Tower as you three lead the guards down. Deeper underground, following the winding path of the carved stone stairs that give way to rough-hewn natural stairs. You make your way down the corridor path. You see the guards gesturing towards the tunnelling that was off to the left. You hear them discussing amongst themselves. That's where the dragon must have been brought up. You lead them deeper in, and as the cavern expanse opens once more, you hear them reference the dull blue glow in the centre of the cavern space. Is this the subject? Are they likely to be violent?
He is. He doesn't have enough strength to be.
No, but he also doesn't speak. He communicates to telepathy, I think you said, right?
Correct.
With the boys.
And best not to have that done either. Whatever magic was done upon him means it's to speak is to hurt others.
You see there's like a nod of recognition between them. Perhaps they experienced it as much as everyone else. You walk closer, Jin, heading forward with your dark vision. As you all get closer, illuminated by the torchlight, you see the crouched, slumped, hunched, tired, old and exhausted form of the one that claims to be Octavian. His wings folded awkwardly as best as possible, despite being manacled at the joint. His head rises gently, and he kind of winces at the torchlight, and as it flickers, you see he tries to gain recognition. He sees Jin, and you see just a flicker of widening in his eyes, and a slow nod. And then you see he tries to scan who else is in the party.
Don't speak physically or telepathically. Get these shackles off. And then we'll try and figure out why it is that you hurt people by even communicating.
See, slowly
Get you out of here
nods.
first.
Thank you for your assistance. Please give our Arcanist some space. You see the guy brings his rucksack round to the front again and takes a book out. A book bigger comparatively to the hobbyist wizard Dragonborn guard with his little notepad that you'd found previously. And he crouches down, resting the book on his knee, and he starts to flick through his book. He kind of flexes his neck, cracks his knuckles, rolls his shoulders. You see he starts to make waving motions with his hand in front of the slumped form of Octavian. Takes a water skin off, drinks some water, screws it back up. And you've all seen wizards cast spells before. He seems to be hamming it up a bit. Practically doesn't even... Like, a lot of wizards don't even need to open the book. They just fucking lash it out. But this guy's like, I've been called in for an important mission.
For sure. Let's do it.
Hey, I would.
And he flicks to a page. And he like, just slightly louder than necessary. Ah, this is the one. Kind of just subtly looking over his shoulder.
I'm just looking at him unimpressed. He's like...
And he begins to recite the spell. Casting of Dispel Magic. A wave of energy permeates from his hands as he directs them towards Octavian. And you see the chained bolts that are connected to the stone plinths in the centre of this cavern. They begin to glow. And they get brighter, and then with a small flash and then a sprinkling of arcane light. A few seconds pass. And then the lights reform. And you see the Arcanist. Perhaps I need to tap into a higher circle of magic. Forgive me. Please, please.
Take your time.
And you see, he takes a breath.
Been here for a century, can last another 5 minutes.
And he casts it again at a higher level and has to make a check. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. We don't fuck about in Dragyun. You see another wave of energy. Seemingly like slightly more visible than before, like a wave of force almost. Not enough to push or to move, but visible energy. Waves over Octavian. And the lights once again. And there's an audible cracking sound like the smashing of glass. And arcane energies trickle out. And you hear the Arcanist hold his breath. Like, and you wait a few seconds. And then loud clanging sounds as chains on stone collapse from their fixings on the walls. Scaff sneezes, the Arcanist falls to both knees. Oh, you scared the life out of me. I think it is done. He shuts his book, puts it in his rucksack. You see he walks past the guards and they both give him a reassuring pat on the shoulder and he seems pleased with himself. And you see Nat as you turn to look back, holding your lights over, now no longer tense, held. You see lying face down at the base of the cavern, Octavian. Still manacled at the wrists and the ankles and the neck and the tail and the wings. But the chains no longer glow and are no longer fixed to the stone plinths surrounding him.
I will walk up to him. Is he conscious?
Barely.
He's not dying, is he?
He's barely conscious, Scaff. You still got
Just-
some healing left in you, yeah?
I'm just going to touch spare the dying just in case.
Yeah, he's conscious.
That's probably good.
But
I
every
got
little
some
helps.
left. I'll go over.
He seemed fully healthy last time. But he's obviously been shackled here, barely being kept alive for over a century. At least those were his words.
Is there anything like visibly wrong with him? Because Saphira hasn't seen him before.
Visibly, no. He just looks old, exhausted. Not necessarily malnourished, but like kind of looks like he's been caged in a cavern for a century.
Alright, I'll sort of just... Let's get him back up, okay? And
Let's carry him up.
I'll crouch down one side, sling an arm over my shoulders.
We'll do the
Yeah,
other.
the chains are heavy as fuck. So to carry both legs, both arms, tail, wings, neck, all
I
the
was just
chains
gonna-
plus him, it's got
We're
to
just
be
gonna like drag him between us, I guess. One arm over shoulder each. I don't think he has strength to walk himself, does he?
one
So
of the
it's probably
guards
dragging him
steps
more
forward.
than-
We could at least try our keys. I'm not sure they'd fit these manacles, but might.
Have a go at it.
The guards approach the manacles. They get the neck and the tail off, but the arms, legs, and wings, the keys don't fit.
Can deal with those later. Maybe
I
not
can
here.
try to force them open.
Let's try and get him upstairs out of this cavern first. Might be the better option.
Agreed.
To say again, these chains are heavy as fuck.
Actually, takes out thief tools. Can you hold him for a moment, Zeph?
Sure.
Get on the other shoulder, just prop him up.
I'll try and pick him.
Yeah.
Look at the guards.
Look away.
I'm doing this. Alright?
Picking locks is not an illegal practice, sir. As long as it's done.
Right.
Locksmiths is a viable career choice. As long as it's done in a legal fashion. It's none of our business.
Lord Chosen Jin is a locksmith. Secrets out.
Good to know.
Right.
A side job.
Every
That
good
is
lord's got a side job.
18 on the first one.
I won't make you roll.
Okay.
Give me percentile.
I can do that too. 86.
Yeah. Above 50, with an 18 lockpick, you get all the chains off. It takes you a good 10 minutes. Like, these locks aren't made to be busted easily, as you can imagine, being manacles. And it's a bit cumbersome because he's being held aloft. And, like, you know, you imagine trying to carry him and all these chains would be, like, akin to trying to carry a fucking boat's anchor chain. Like, it's heavy as fuck. He's not meant to be moved out of this place. But over the course of about 10-15 minutes, one by one, Octavian gets lighter and lighter as the chains are left unbroken on the floor, unlocked on the floor. And you see now he's no longer burdened by all of the chains. He, like, puts his feet down, and he's still leaning on you for support, but he is able to walk himself. And you see he looks at Jin, and he looks at the guards, looks at Zephyra, and looks at Scath. He gives you all a nod. And he kind of coughs. And he gives a kind of knowing nod to you, Jin. Thank you.
I'm fine. So I think that was purely the manacles, good sir. Let's get you upstairs.
Please.
Maybe some actual food for the first time in a century.
And, where is Azura?
Turned himself in.
See, he hangs his head and shakes his head. I'm sure all will be explained.
I'm sure.
You all lead him upstairs. Is there anything else you want to do, say, in the cavern on the way up?
Not really. Like, was there any way further down beyond him?
You can have a look if you want.
I'll have a quick peek.
Yeah. You start making your way back and then hesitate and one moment, and you make your way past the rocks, looking around at the edge of your dark vision until anything comes into vision. You continue until you see the outer walls of the cavern, and you scan them up and down, and you see across one of the back walls, partially, in an attempt to hide, partially concealed, there seems to be another cave opening, big enough to fit maybe one or two normal height people in, but partially concealed with rocks. But there is...
I'll make a mental note.
Yeah, it's another passageway of some sort at the back of the cavern.
I'll make a mental note and rejoin the others.
You all head
Simply nod at
upstairs.
Gav.
Did you actually shade away? No. Okay.
I had Octavian's other shoulder.
Yeah.
Unless he's walking by himself now.
He is kind of leaning on you for support. He's walking, but you can tell he kind of needs you for support.
Yeah, because when Jim went to do his manacles, I took over that shoulder. That's all with Zafira.
Cool. Do you get him up the stairs? No issue. The guards following you up. Do you have a name, sir? And you three kind of notice him as the guard speaks. You see he rolls his eyes. Before I identify myself, guardsman, am I to be taken in as well as Azura? And you see the guardsman kind of almost in a like, he feels put out of place because this guy looks like old as balls. It's almost like a respect your elders kind of thing. He's like,
It's also like you were chained in a cavern for like centuries, so like, what could you possibly have done?
You would not be taken under duress, but if you could come in to answer some questions, that would probably help any investigations as needed. If you were perhaps indirectly involved being kept prisoner down here, sir, any information you have could help. Yes, I figured that is what you would say. My name is Octavian Xarmanifax, and I have been caged here for a century. But if you need me to come for questioning, I will. Once I've had something to drink and something to eat. Yes, absolutely, sir, yes. And you lead him upstairs.
No response to his name whatsoever. Just like, oh, yeah.
Do the guards leave once we take him upstairs?
They kind of give you some space, but as you get to the top, if you are to accompany us, once you're ready, we shall wait by the door. Whenever you're ready. He just nods and then looks to you guys. Please tell me you know where the pantry is.
Looks at Jin. You find it?
Yeah. We know where the kitchen is, right?
Yeah.
Take him to the kitchen.
You see he kind of sniffs the air as you talk, Jin.
Ugh.
Oh, what have you been drinking, dear boy? And where is it?
There's still some left in the bottle. It's all the way upstairs.
Some is better than none.
Let's tell you what. We'll bring you up. We'll grab you some food. You haven't had a drink in a century, sir. There is a glass upstairs that I filled with whatever I was drinking. That'll have to do.
That will absolutely do. I like you already.
Ah, good. Let's not get you drunk on your first night back to the living, shall we?
Yeah, please don't.
If I could just request a little space for a moment.
Oh, of course.
You see kind of at the end of the corridor, as you get into the more open foyer, you see he stretches his arms and lets out this, not ridiculously loud, but he starts to roar. Like a proper stretch roar.
Oh, that's a good stretch right there. That's a good stretch right there.
His wings go, and you see he stretches his wings so much that the skin flaps start to get a little translucent, and you hear the spines on his wings like crack a little. Oh, mercy. Oh. Okay, that's better. Please, lead on. And Jin, was it? What are your friends' names, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh,
This fine lady is Severa.
A pleasure, my lady.
The lizard is called Scaff.
Scaff. A proud lizard name.
It was like Bao was looking at Jin with that, like, what?
I'll give him like a poke on the shoulder.
He's our favorite little lizard.
He starts...
Lizard.
Lizard. Starts plodding his way up the stairs. Doof, doof, doof.
My guy needs a chiropractor.
Fuck yeah. And a massage and a bath.
He just did a big stretch.
Yeah.
Just a big stretch.
As you know where the kitchen pantry is, Jin, you've seen enough guards coming through, like as you were waiting with Azura even. And you go back in. It's simple enough but effective. You know, there's jugs, liquids, bits of like preserved meats, stereotypical meat on bone of a fat chop, fruit, you know, bits and bobs.
Having been, unfortunately, probably in the vicinity of malnourished prisoners before, I know not to overfeed someone who hasn't eaten a lot in a very long time. So what I'll do is I'll make a sparse but nutritious selection.
Smorgasbord.
Some dried meats, some fruit.
I hope there's no mystery
not a
meat.
lot.
Mystery.
And a jug. I'll bring a jug of water, like fresh water, with like a small cup to portion it out.
Yeah. So you go up with Octavian, and he pads his way into the office, and you can hear him kind of heavy breathing under his breath, but it doesn't sound laboured. Zafira, you know, particularly being a Dragonborn, he's kind of growling a bit. Like you can tell he's getting a bit pissed off.
Oh.
You see, he's like looks around the room and he shakes his head, and then you see spots
Alcohol.
the drinks table, and his pace quickens a little. And it's like, even though it was a glass poured, bang, he shoots it. Gone. And he kind of flexes his jaw and he rubs his chest. Oh.
Don't overdo it.
It burns.
I
bet.
felt that burn.
Delicious.
So, this is probably a stupid question, but I guess this tower used to be yours? Has it changed a lot?
As you can see, that balcony is the perfect launching platform. You see, kind of flexes his wings a little. You would be correct, my dear. This was my tower. And it was my father's.
Is that why you're growling around? Can hear it.
Well lived in, I can see, over the course of the last century of stolen life.
Well,
you see, kind of rubs his head where the missing gems were that had clearly been cut from his head. He rubs the divots.
Before the dragon,
Shakes his head.
It was always immaculate.
Well, I'm sure there are plenty questions. No doubt some that I need to speak to the guards first. But I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Jin, you come into the room.
You mentioned where's Azura. That's probably the most pressing thing you probably need to know.
Go on, I'm listening.
He was part of he and the other Octavian did a ritual.
Please call him by his name. Do not use my name for that bastard anymore.
Oh, he's another name. Okay.
But yes, they did a ritual. It went wrong, and they unleashed the dragon.
I can tell you exactly why.
So, Azura
Why?
has given himself into the guard because, well,
He blames himself.
You know why it went wrong?
Because unfortunately, whilst Azura is likely of my kin,
Hmm.
he is not old nor powerful enough to have been a worthy sacrifice for the ritual. I would imagine that seems on his last legs.
Recount what the journal said. Like, name some of the things off of there. Like, do they match to what you're saying?
Yeah, he nods.
Saphira, this is all new information because the Imto didn't tell her anything
tell you, yeah.
about what they found in the room. She's like,
Yeah, Jin found a book, and, well, it makes sense why it's
Do
failed.
you give him a quick rundown, Scaff?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
as the rundown's happening, she's going over to the alcohol table.
Yeah, fucking hell.
Like, oh my god.
Yeah, let's get involved.
Jim picks the rest of the bottle up again and just offers it to her.
Do they have plum wine?
Yeah, there's a bottle of plum wine there, yeah. Probably
Plum
like
wine.
now you take it out and you dust it off. It's a familiar bottle. It's a bit of the old gin special.
Seeing she found something better, I'll just keep my bottle and keep swigging at it.
Just
So Aldenach is a demon who relishes in the perversion of the innocent. So that is likely why a sacrifice of, well, younger girls may have been pertinent.
Ugh.
But of course, also the requirement for the blood of an immortal, and then he kind of gives a small bow, an ancient being would have been required. Azura is, of course, not an ancient being, nor is he immortal, nor is he an innocent young girl.
He didn't just
Unless
take your blood because it has to be given willingly, I'm guessing?
You're a very smart girl.
Well,
I
I'll try my
refused, and so I was caged.
Hmm.
But I suppose since Azura has handed himself in through guilt, that he blames himself for offering a willingness for the ritual.
He was tricked.
But he still made the decision to do it without asking us first.
We did warn him about the dubiousness of resurrecting a dragon.
And now 40, 50 people are now dead. How
At
many
least.
more since? Yes, at least.
He
So
kind of winces a bit when you say that.
And
And
it's
the dragon attacked the city.
the outside.
the churches worked together to make sure it couldn't enter the city again once it had left, but the guards at the gate were not as fortunate.
Did it attack the gate, or did they attack it?
Well,
They attacked it, and it returned.
Kind of hangs his head and shakes his head.
The way it's been said to us, it was a misfire of a signal. Signal of evacuation should have been given. Signal of attack was uttered.
That is not our biggest part of the dragon.
Where is it now?
It's
don't
flown
know.
off somewhere. But it's now what's controlling the dragon.
He looks at you confused. What would control a dragon?
It is a long story.
Azura's had a spell of bad luck, so to say. And the last spell of bad luck was him getting pulled into an area he has described as the Chained Expanse.
You see his eyes go wide when you say that.
The
And he
entity
came back.
Yes, but not
This is the
without
bad
having
news.
struck a deal. He had to give X amount of souls, X amount of time for the rest of whatever that entity wanted the deal to be.
Mhm.
Upon the resurrection of the dragon, as Azura has explained to us and shown us, he is no longer linked to the chained expanse. The dragon shed its skin. It is now its arbinger.
Well, that's
You can
problematic.
imagine an undead dragon unaffected by sleep or fatigue.
You could say that.
So you see the dilemma we are currently in at this point.
Well, one thing I can state is that dragon, despite perhaps being controlled, it was in the basement because it fell in a battle with both myself and my father 500 years ago, when some of the final dragons fell.
Not the most kindest of entities, I take it.
Well, I can't say that I'm not curious.
Anything in the pursuit of power and greed could be your best friend or your worst enemy. And my father wasn't willing to relinquish the tower.
Hmm.
And so it was put down. I would like to suggest that it may have unfinished business. I would assume he is likely in pursuit of his hoard, or to determine if it still exists.
His hoard?
Dragons are greedy, generally wealthy creatures. They like to hoard items, riches, people, whatever they deem necessary. So if he has a hoard, he will be likely seeking its location. Do you know which direction it went?
We've yet to ask.
Because it kept circling back around. We would have to ask anyone who was outside at the time still.
Okay. Right. Do you have a means of contacting anyone? I know, it has been a century. I do not know the state of the world. I do not know. Does the tree still stand?
Yes.
Okay, that is unchanged.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it was the same all those years ago, but we come from Saugard.
You see his eyes go wide by the southern mountain. You see he kind of leans his head back. Like a passive insight that sparked something in him.
And then we traveled to the coast, to Loctopus, took a ship up to Loctorpian, traveled to Doriasai, and then came here.
Okay. Some of the names seem to have changed, or perhaps they're spoken differently in common. I won't worry about that for now. Right.
Do you need it explained in Draconic?
It might be easier. It might be easier.
Dorius I will have been new for you, sir.
Hello.
Hello. There are plenty of cities. Right. He has subsequently come and, when you came up, did he come and got the food that he's been nibbling as you've been talking? I will go with the guards and answer their questions. One thing I have an endless supply of is time and patience. I hope...
Curious about that.
He just
You've been
looks at you.
alive, you said, you fought a dragon 500 years ago. Dragonborn generally don't live that long.
I am the last remaining direct descendant of my father, the original Xarmanifax.
So he was really a blue gem dragon.
The creature outside was not Xarmanifax. That is
What
another one of
happened to him?
Zivaroon's lies. What happened to him?
But where is he gone then?
So the newly resurrected dragon will be in pursuit of his hoard, if it still exists.
Your
father.
Really, Xarmanifax.
My father, he passed away and ascended to the astral plane.
Oh.
We dragons of gem nature are so rare because this plane is not our natural home. We are plane chasers. We can traverse. The power of our wings allows us to traverse the planes. And we were at rest here for a long time when Zivaroon tried to attack us and claim the tower, and the kind of bares his fangs a little bit. The copper Zivaroon that you knew, as I'm sure you are now more aware, was a taker of names, a deceiver. And so he assumed the name of the dragon that was felled. And then when I refused to help him resurrect it, he assumed my identity. And has of course spent the last century in pursuit of a means. Using the power of the gems he stole from me, he extended his life. You've mentioned daughters. It seems are they still alive?
They are.
Perhaps. Okay.
I was going to ask about them next, to be honest.
I was not aware of them, if that was your question.
They might actually be Zivaroon's actual daughters.
They
make that complicated.
So. And what about you before you got locked up?
I was merely living out some time of rest before I continued my travels of the plains.
So you never had any?
You see, he kind of hesitates when you say that. Well, we did. You see, he swallows hard when he says we did. I had a wife once. And when we traversed to this plane on the back wings of my father, we arrived at the southern mountains. We lived there for a few decades. My wife birthed an egg. But unfortunately, through the power of the magic within, she didn't make it. And unfortunately, the egg was lost to us by thieves in the night. Goblinoid creatures. After laying waste to their camp, we could not find my egg. And so it was lost to the mountains for decades. We travelled north. My father built the tower. And here we rested until Zivaroon, the white dragon, came to attack. We felled him below the tower. And there he rested until the one known as Zivaroon came with his wily ways, brokered a deal of friendship, proved himself to be a worthy ally, and subsequently trapped me in the basement.
Just
Sorry to hear that. But I don't know, with it having, I assume the egg itself had magical properties?
All gem residents do.
They all do. So would it have survived without being hatched? Do you think?
I would like to hope so. You see, he kind of looks out the window.
Because well, I can only tell from what I know of dragonborn eggs is that they must be tended to, otherwise they don't make it. But if it was magic,
Perhaps I should address the dragon in the room. How old is Azura?
18?
No, Scath, he's about 20 years old. More or less.
Into a second decade.
He's young still.
He's younger than us.
You're all younger than me, apart from our new friend.
Okay, old man.
And who are Azura's parents?
Two lizard kin.
When you say
kind,
that,
caring.
he starts to slowly nod. And then his eyes widen a little and he looks at Zafira and he's nodding.
Oh. Well, I mean, it would make sense. It would make the most sense, actually.
He takes the last piece of meat off the tray and he rolls his shoulders.
But then that would actually mean that Azura is a lot older than we thought, if his egg was around for that long and still survived.
That's probably why he survived the ritual, despite it not being a success.
So he's actually the old man. Looks at Scath. Well, he certainly doesn't act like it.
Forgive me, new friends. I would very much like to catch up later on. Please tell the guards that I will see them at the guardhouse. And you see he turns and starts walking to the balcony and he starts flexing his wings. This has been a long time coming. And he turns.
All right, see you soon.
Gives a little salute and just jumps off the balcony.
I actually like this Octavian.
Winged Dragonborn. Poof. This is outrageous.
But I was about to mention, how much time do you reckon we've got before the guards or the tower?
Well, they're not. You mean the tower guard, or you mean city guard?
Yeah.
Because the city guard
Tower.
will not be after us.
No, the tower guards.
I'm getting the impression that they might not come back.
New base? Temporary?
Well, honestly, I'd rather have a check on people that we care about and not stay here. He won't be back for a while, and he's probably going to be going to the guardhouse directly. And
you see out the window. He's circling the tower.
I still have.
He's giving it some beat, and he's fast as fuck. He's like, fucking, let's stretch these fucking bastards out. It's been 100 years. Fucking hell.
And I need to see my sister, and you, looks at Scath, she'll have to drop off something, right?
Yes, I've not forgotten. We've got just...
We could, in theory, sleep the night at the guild house, and in the morning deliver the statue.
We'll have to see how much space there is in the guild house if everyone's gone back to their own abodes. Because when I got there, kind of dusts off her palms again, just because she remembers.
I'll look
it was
around.
very crowded.
This place could fit some refugees. I don't mean to offer a home instead of the guy that supposedly owns it, but he hasn't owned it in 100 years. Nothing in here is still his. Does that make sense? And if I'm suspecting correctly, probably none of his original guard are here either. They're probably in some sort of cahoots with the old Octavian, and they've probably left the city or have gone underground.
Did you even find anything about anything in that room? Except for that great list of of a ritual of sacrificing virgins or something?
I found who the leak at Red Dragons.
House Goreen.
House Goreen most likely is.
Really?
It was Memphis who supplied Octavian with the means to set fire to the castle.
Okay, we have to go see my sister.
There is a leak within Blue Guys, and there is a leak within the Green Guys, but it's money and poison.
But Memphis works with my sister, Jen.
I know. It just means that he can be bought. I don't think he's actually dangerous.
I know that his income source is dead.
Magda, I have to say. I don't think she would believe it.
We'll have to... I'm inclined to speak to Magda first and have her decide his fate.
Oh, right.
But that is all for in the morning.
When we've got...
Looks outside. How quickly?
Yeah, it's past midnight at this point.
Yeah.
You've had party into the late afternoon, early evening, and then the dragon and all this bullshit. Yeah, it's gone midnight. You're going to have to get your heads down soon if you want to get arrested.
With everything we've got to go, like Jin said, it's best to do it in the morning when we're rested and we've got your armour on, because I don't know what's going to happen in the next few days.
That's at the guild house.
Yeah.
Jin, you get a message.
The guild house.
Oh. You get a message in the back of your head from the guards at the door. We've seen... Hesitates briefly. Our flying contact head for the guild house. We will be leaving.
Try and keep up. He hasn't flown in a century and he's stretching his wings. But he won't leave. Good luck! We have two options, guys. Oh, the guards just said they were, takes a swig of the ball. Two options. Make ourselves comfortable here tonight. Go to the guild house in the morning. Actually have place to sleep. No offensive here. Or we go in right now to the guild house, potentially not have room to sleep, not have any rest.
And what if the old Xarmanifax guards come back?
That
We'll take shifts and watch.
I don't think it's not worth it.
Where do you want to sleep, Scaff? On the streets? I know a nice little ditch we can sleep in.
If we take shifts, we're not going to be at our best in the morning.
I'll be fine.
We're going to the guild house. I'm not sleeping in this damn tower.
Fair enough.
No, this tower, I just want to see the back end of this tower now.
I'm taking the plum wine.
This city.
Going to the stairs.
I'm taking several bottles of some of the good
Bag of
stuff and putting it in a bag of holding. Like
bottle of this, bottle of that. Name it and claim it.
Nice silver goblet or something. Like, oh, I'll drink out of that.
Yeah.
Oh, this is nice.
This is nice.
And then just mention it, Jin. What was that down in the cellar when you stopped and looked and give us a nod?
There's a path further down.
Nah, can't be bothered.
Nah, fuck
Currently,
that.
I can't.
Fuck that.
Currently, I can't either. But it's something to keep in the back of our heads. There is more down there. And I'm very curious if the stuff that's down there is of the guy pretending to have been or the actual Octavians.
Much as I would love to keep supporting my sister, especially because, frankly, this is the only reason, really, that I still care about this place. I really, really, really want to see the city behind us. Sooner than later.
Yep. All I'm saying is we could potentially pitch a contract to explore. All I'm saying, it could be good money. You don't know.
Take 10 minutes to go have a quick look.
No.
No.
Don't
Scaff,
even think about it, lizard.
I've read about the dark places of the world, and I do not
Starts
want to go
going down
and
the
see
stairs.
there right now. Did you know there is house-sized spiders down there?
Keeps going down the stairs. Oh.
A lot bigger?
Fish with lanterns on their heads.
Let's just go. I just want to be done with this city.
Carrot check above. How did I deserve this?
Saw a drawing once of a giant worm that was at least 200 meters long.
Jin, can we not talk about giant worms and lanternfish and house-sized spiders?
I'm just trying to make it appealing to go down there.
No, we're not going down there.
As much as I would love to go and explore and shoot something, I just want to sleep tonight and just digest everything that's happened in the last couple of hours.
Scaff, I'm at the point of insanity of everything that's been happening the last couple of weeks that you could say the world is a sphere, and I would believe you.
So you guys leave the tower and you make your way southeast, past the worksmen's camps, past House Goreen, towards the guild house.
Will your sister have already gone, or will she still be at the...
She was still at Darren, but I'm pretty sure that after things settled, she would have gone to check. Most of her honor guard and our kin were still there, so...
As you guys head outside, you can see that the bubble is still over House Tolderan.
Well, they're really serious about this.
But you get to the guild house. You try the door and it is locked.
Knock.
You wait a few seconds. You hear some quietened footsteps. Announce yourself.
It's Athera.
You start to hear the door unlock. It peeps a crap.
Hello? Damn.
Peeps a crack. You see one of the honor guard, and he opens the door. He just nods, opens the door, and you can see now that all of the populace have gone. Like, after the dragon attack was alleviated, they've gone their merry ways. The Dragonborn your kin are no longer pinched at the back. You hear quietened footsteps upstairs, so no longer perhaps needing to not be on upper floors. Not needing to avoid the upper floors. You imagine there's footsteps upstairs. And you can see
back?
You see sat behind the desk, twiddling her thumbs. A big sigh of relief. And she stands, runs, flicks open the desk, runs over, grips you in a big hug, nearly takes you off your feet.
Oh. I'm okay. You're okay too?
You can hear her kind of stifling a bit of a whimper. You feel her nodding.
Is the fire going?
Yeah. Fire's on.
Fucking pyro lizard.
Could do with a stoke.
Lizard.
Go and lizard the fire.
Her back a little. Just kind of rub her back a little bit.
Yeah. You see the hug's a bit longer than normal. And then she exhales, steps back, turns to look at the fire briefly, and you clock that she just subtly wipes her face. Probably knocks a tear off. Right. Everyone's okay. And she looks at the boys. Azura? And then she kind of winces briefly.
Turned himself in.
He's alive.
She kind of shakes her head.
It's a long story.
Okay.
Story for in the morning, if you don't mind.
Yes. As long as everyone is okay. I'm exhausted.
As far as we know.
And still a bit drunk. So I'm going to bed. I love you all very much. She kind of pats Saphira on the shoulder like a drunken... She's had a big, long, drunken hug, wiped a tear, and now she's like, I love you all very much.
Love you too, sis. And I'll kind of just grab her shoulders and give her a bit of a forehead kiss. Now go to bed. Shoo.
She kind of turns. She's still kind of got a dress on. One of the straps is slightly off the shoulder, and she's like, just waddles to the back of the guild house. I will be up for the evening. Please all rest well.
Thank you. I'll have a look around. I guess we'll just take our positions on the couches at the fireplace again.
He shuts the door, locks it, and he goes and stands in the corner. A little bit creepy at first. He's just kind of rests his back up against the wall. Kindly, like slightly obscured by shadow, but illuminated enough because the fire's on, but he's just in the corner.
This is just like home.
He just stands there with his arms folded, leading up against the wall. You know he's not going to move a muscle all night. If someone comes in, he'll move a muscle.
Get my clothes off. Not all of them. Leave my bottoms on.
Bruce Almighty's. Yeah, fuck that
Pretty
suit.
much, and then just face plant into the sofa and just.
Jin will sit in one of the lounge chairs, just opposed to the fire. We'll just stare into the flames for a while. Before probably falling asleep on the lounge chair, let's be real.
Saphira?
I'm probably just going to take off the chains. I'll keep the dress on, but take off the jewelry and stuff because that's uncomfortable. I'll go over and I'll give Jin a bit of a kiss on his temple as he sits in that chair, and I'll go over to the couch that's still free and I'll just flop. Probably also face first. Just oh.
If you're not directly falling asleep, you'll hear me mutter to myself, "What have we gotten ourselves into?"
Scaff's face is
shit.
Buried into the pillow, pretty much
Ugh.
just shit.
Please tell me we're going to retire after this. Just kind of folds her arms under her head.
I'll sort of look back and look there with a slight smile. Well, I don't think we'll retire, my dear. Not if you stick with me.
Fine.
But I'll promise you it will be easier than this.
Fair. You sleep too, though. Don't stay up too long.
I won't.
Scath face planted in the pillow. Saphira falling asleep, and Jin staring at the flames. Azura, you're sat in your cell, quietly, waiting, listening, thinking. And you hear two big thuds and a few more subsequent thuds on the roof. You hear raised voices of guards that seem to go running outside. You hear a muffled, "Sorry. Ill at practice for landing." And you hear calls out in Draconic, "Get down off the roof." Couple of minutes of quiet before some muffled voices. I won't make you roll perception. You can just about make out the quietened conversation outside. "I will answer any questions you have. Whilst I have the time, I do not want to spend it all here. I have spent the last century in the basement of Xarmanifax Tower, so I am not implicit in any of the actions, good or bad, anything that's happened in the city over the last century. But perhaps the answers that I could give may alleviate concerns, questions, and perhaps blame." You see through the you see illuminated shadow of silhouette of a tall, winged individual. "Hopefully you are keeping good care of your prisoners." You hear another voice. "Currently they are just being held for questioning. Have the questions been asked and answered?" "Yes, interviews have concluded." "Then why are they still being held? Surely they could be released. And if need, you could suggest they don't leave the city." with all due respect, sir. Don't give me the respect. Just heed my words. Now, where do you want these questions answered? You hear footsteps and a door close. Another 5 to 10 minutes pass, and you hear footsteps come into the door of the cell block. You hear the cells of Beanash and Andri are opened. Give me a perception check with disadvantage.
12.
12. Difficult to make out. You basically just overhear that they are being released, and it is under suggestion that they do not leave the city. They give thanks in return, and you hear footsteps leaving.
I just give a nod of good.
You hear footsteps approaching your cell. It's the captain.
I'll just turn and look. Evening.
See, she kind of looks out the porthole window at the back of your cell. Night.
Yeah, so it is.
We've had an interesting suggestion. She looks over her shoulder. From an individual of import for the city. It has been suggested and subsequently offered that you will be released, but it is requested that you do not leave the city unless more questions are needed to be answered.
I had no intent of leaving this city.
Right. She unlocks the gate, just steps back and opens it wide. Gestures ahead.
As nice as it is to be free, I honestly right now don't know where to go where I would be welcome.
Well, that's sad.
That's rough, buddy.
Awkward. I mean, you get your head down here if you want. I perhaps would recommend you wait outside the guardhouse for, well, our interviewee to be finished. I would imagine they'd want to have a word with you.
Okay, I can agree with that.
She nods, kind of pats you on the shoulder. Whilst you were essentially the direct cause of what happened, blame isn't to be placed on your shoulders entirely, for it was a poor call in mistake from the guards at the gate that led to the attack. If they'd just left it, it was going to fly away. I'm not saying that to try to alleviate your guilt, for the lives were lost regardless.
Nothing could do that.
But it's not entirely your fault. A chain reaction of events leading to a traumatic event. Building blocks, one by one, could be knocked down, leading back to blame along the way. course, if you hadn't made that decision, the dragon wouldn't have been there in the first place.
Exactly.
But the deaths of those was due to more directly to the poor call to assault the dragon. So embrace your guilt, but no, it wasn't entirely your fault. If the main culprit of the blame was still alive, it's unlikely you'd be here at all. You're still a victim.
I don't feel like one.
Well, I'm done trying to appease you. Get out of my cells, Azura. She shuts and locks the cell behind you, leads you out the front. After about 15 minutes of standing outside the guardhouse,
I just sit down next to the wall and
you hear some heavy footsteps and a disgruntled voice and a couple of coughs. I'm going to relieve myself back to my tower to get drunk. If you need me, don't come looking for me until at least tomorrow afternoon. A few footsteps and a sigh of relief. Oh.
Stand up.
Well.
Yeah. I did not think I would be stood out here tonight. And I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, you've got at least one more night of freedom.
Yes.
And he kind of winks. I left your friends at my tower. I don't know if they'll still be there, but hopefully they've not drunk through the supply that was left. Because I'm parched.
No, they took it all.
Care to join me? I have a feeling we have some things to discuss.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. And yes, I believe we do. And I think I could do with a drink as well.
Well, kind of clicks his neck a bit. Let's see how likely you really are. This might be a little uncomfortable. You see he kind of flexes his fingers and pops a claw. He kind of... Don't move.
What are you...
Traces the outline of the scales on your back shoulders. He flicks your shoulders, and instinctually your spectral wings come out. They'll last a little longer, at least enough to race me home. Come on. And he kind of crouches and gives it the... and takes off. Don't worry about the mechanics. The wings will last until you get back to the tower.
Well, they last is it a minute or an hour? I can't remember anyway.
I think it's a minute, is it, for the spectral wings?
Yeah, it could be. It's a minute, yeah.
Yeah, I figured so. So you take off after Octavian and fly towards the tower. You hear him shout, "You'll have to do better than that, boy."
So in that case, I'll kick in my monk shit as well. and see what I can do there.
Yeah, step of the wind or something. Dash, action dash, bonus action dash. Have you got? Yeah. On your left. You see you overtake him. He laughs. You hear?
Yeah, step of the wind.
Yeah. You hear some heavy flaps from behind you as you fly your way up to the tower, landing on the balcony. Let's have a drink and a chat. And that's where we will end this week's session, everybody. Well done, well done, well done, everybody. Some truths revealed, perhaps. Some more to come, no doubt. Well done. Very enjoyable. And we will continue next week. Thank you all for watching. Thank you guys for playing. It's been a pleasure, as always. And we'll see you next week. Nighty-night, everybody. Nighty-night.
For now.